mixing hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit it when you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? A lot of dudes trying to have that price. In the yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, you never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes.
Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. trending with the cool kids. Wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Sign a brand exclusive. Wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and you're out of frame. No one mixes together. Got an ego, can't explain. No. and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on. Here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go. Come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing ribs, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Either yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, you never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes.
my pain. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
Crazy Coops, full sending it on in there, getting those sight lines, and is he gonna be able to get those shots off? Boom! Just! Cover was not there, they were fighting in the compound. Koi's pushing in, 1v2, he gets one on the knock, 1v1 situation.
Oh, that's a nice nade too. Just gonna knock out JV out the front.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2. That's right, day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Spring Championship 2022. Day 1 was an absolute madness, and they did great. But you guys know, before I even start talking, you know I can't do this by myself. Let me introduce my amazing analysts, Frost and Erangel. How are you guys doing today?
All good, all good. I'm very excited. I mean, as you were saying, we had a fantastic day yesterday, but I'm expecting even more today.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be back here. Obviously, the teams, they're coming in and they're going to be playing again there. They've had some time off to analyze what happened in the games yesterday to improve and come in and show what they're made of today.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at some of the teams that are towards the bottom of that overall leaderboard right now. But you know what? Before we even get there, if you do see anything that you enjoy, like all 3 of us here on this amazing desk, make sure you tweet at us. Use hashtag PMPL Americas. And while you're at it, why not subscribe to YouTube, PUBG Mobile Esports NA. Follow us as well on Facebook, PUBG Mobile Esports, and follow us on Twitter, PUBG Mobile Esports NA. And don't forget, use that hashtag because that will be, we might end up showing something that you tweet out. And you know what? I was hinting at it, so why not? Let's show that overall leaderboard because we got some surprises. We even made a little bit of a bet there with no consequences. We thought XSET, I thought XSET was going to end up being the first place, and that didn't happen for us.
No, of course. No one believed that. Like, knew what was going to happen. Of course, Buluc Chabtan, they took that last game, or they didn't win it, but they did really great. And of course, with that, they got themselves that first place, holding on to that with a pretty good lead right now. But, I mean, they have a lot of big teams just underneath them.
A lot of big teams, and also they're extremely close. We're talking just one game where it's 10 teams with one good game that can jump straight into the top 3 and contest right now. So I'm contest, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen throughout the day because obviously yesterday we saw XSET win 2 games. Can they continue that? If they're able to continue this domination we saw on Erangel from them, that'd be great. But if they're also able to step up on the other maps, they might be able to take the lead throughout the day.
Yeah, the good thing with XSET too, their second chicken dinner, I mean, they ended up getting 15 ilms, so that was a big step up too. And I know that was the chicken dinner with the most ilms as well. And I mean, if we actually go towards the second pitch, we're going to be seeing a little bit of surprises. Also, shout out to Nova Esports in 7th place there because they started to get a little bit more consistency, and that's what I usually like to see for us.
Of course, that's what we want to see from all of the teams. I'll tell you this, though, the teams with a little bit less consistency, they're down here on the leaderboard right now. They need to work a little bit harder. There's a few surprises to me, at least, that we have a few of these teams down here. But at the same time, it's just been one day, right? It is the first day, the day when all the teams kind of feel each other out a little bit, see, okay, how are they going to play it out? How do they want to play things out? How do they want to rotate and so on? But now, today, I feel like we're going to get a lot more aggression from a lot of the teams.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Honor Souls, The Chosen, North America. I mean, this is team, especially with The Chosen, with the way they perform on the PMPL North America finals. I thought they were actually going to be putting up a great performance here on day 1. That didn't happen. But you know what? I want to switch it up a little bit. Let's talk about top players and who might be in contention for the MVP prize. Because Frost, I mean, you know what, Avenger? You and I thought it was going to be Mafioso. it wasn't Mafioso.
He started off great. He was doing really well, but Buluc Chabtan in that last game, both Fern and Reyes, they did extremely well for themselves. Now in the lead, first and second place in our MVP rankings. Obviously, there's the bragging rights. There's the extra $1,000 for us for that, so they're going to be trying to hold on to that throughout today.
Oh yeah, definitely they want to hold on to that. It's going to be a hard task though, but they've done really good so far. And to see two of the players from Buluc Chabtan up here, not only on the first, but on the first and second place, that is pretty huge if you think about it, because that is a big deal, right? You have so many great players in this lobby alone that you would want to have some other names up here, or you would think there would be some other teams, players up here. Mafioso, for example, I wouldn't put him up there as the first pick from Alpha 7. You can look at the PMPL Brazil, for example. You had Revel on the second place when it comes to the MVP ranking. On third place, you had Carrillo, but they're not even there on the top 5 right now.
And that talks to how good these players are, right? It's the best of the best here in the Americas Championship, and that's also why we're highlighting these players. It's great to see from Buluc Chabtan, and that's also why we love to see these three sub-region clashing together. They're competing against each other, showing who is the best coming out of the Americas.
Yeah, what was crazy to me is seeing that graphic with all the 5 players. There were 4 players out of those 5 that was actually from Brazil. That's how, actually, no, I lied. Latin America too there. Sorry, Latin America fans, don't come at me, but if you are going to come at me, make sure you tweet at us. Follow us too while you're at it. And you know what? What I was trying to actually transition to is just how those regions are currently doing. I want to see which region is the one that's currently popping off the most, whether it's in regards to damage, whether it's in regards to total points, elims, all of that fun stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if we see LATAM and also Brazil up there, because we didn't see any NA players on those top 5.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a surprise to a certain extent, but at the same time, here you can look at the points by the regions here, and you can see when it comes to the average eliminations, LATAM is on the top, then comes NA, and then we have Brazil in the bottom right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is, it's a bit surprising to me, because I always see them as very aggressive, but I felt like yesterday they were holding back a little bit. I feel like they're going to release all that power today.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about this is also that even though LATAM is kind of holding back on the average placement points, they are the lead in eliminations, right? So it's kind of balancing everything out. North America has a good balance. Brazil is high on placement, but low on kills comparison. So let's see what happens today. We're only 6 games through so far. So once we're through today, we're going to be halfway through, and we're going to have a little bit more stats to look at.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it kind of comes down to with Brazil, the only chicken dinner they got yesterday was from Alpha 7. It was the last game. And on that chicken dinner, I think it was only 4 elims that they got. It was this scavenge for that one, okay? So we'll see what's going to happen with that. But you know what? In case you missed it yesterday, and in case you're wondering which maps we're going to be playing, let me show you that schedule right now. That way you can see which ones we're going to be playing. We're going to start off with Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and all of that fun stuff. Out of all these maps, I think for all the teams that are towards the bottom of the leaderboard, I'm going to give you the third game, I think. Okay. And then if you don't start doing anything from that, I'm just going to lose all hope.
You're going to lose all hope? No. Don't lose all hope. This is PUBG Mobile after all, and there is a great chance to do some comebacks. Of course, you want to have that lead from the start. It's going to be just easier for you. But as you can see here, we're going to play Erangel 3 times. Half of the maps that will be played will be on Erangel. That's why that map is so important here, and that you want to make sure that you're one of the top teams when it comes to that.
Yeah, what I'm really looking at from these teams, obviously the consistency across all the maps. It's extremely important, because if some of the teams are taking it away, if they're running away with things, it's going to be extremely hard to catch them. If they're in a good lead, if Buluc Chabtan is able to build up a lead today, you know, have a cushion of 20, 30 points down to the rest of the top 5, it's going to be hard to catch him. But what are we looking from at all the championship sims, and also how well they've been playing so far, I think it's going to be close all the way to the last day, guys.
Yeah, and for Buluc Chabtan, I actually want to see a better performance across the map in Erangel, because that team, they did end up getting the chicken dinner. It was in Sanhok, but when we went to Erangel, it wasn't that good. And you know what? Talking about Erangel, let's look at the Erangel performance. Who performed the best in this map? As it says it right there, thank you, Big Matty. It says it belonged to XSET.
And it belongs to them, because they got themselves 2 chicken dinners yesterday out of the 3 times we played on it. And the third one, it was taken by Influence Rage. So, I mean, yeah, sure. Only 2 of these 3 teams got themselves a win. But at the same time, you got to look at the numbers here. Those numbers on XSET when it comes to this is so huge compared to the other teams. And, of course, that comes down to them winning 2 maps. Yeah, they were in the end. They got a lot of elims. But, I mean, it is also a fact that you need to perform on the other maps.
Exactly.
And this is something that we haven't seen from any of these 3 teams. They've been pretty bad when it comes to the other 2 maps. When it comes to Miramar, Sanhok, none of these 3 teams perform.
That's going to make you win this tournament. If you're able to compete and play extremely well across all 3 maps here. If you're only performing on one map, it has to be Erangel if you want to be in the top. If it's some of the other maps, it's going to be hard to stay and catch up with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how these teams are going to be performing. You guys already know. I'm super intrigued to see what's going to happen in Sanhok too. We got a little bit of a hot drop yesterday. I'm hoping it happens again. But you know what? Let's watch PMPL together. For everybody currently watching, once we hit our milestones across Americas on our official channels and also the watch parties, you will be eligible to redeem that right there. Those prizes, they look amazing. I definitely want some. And if we do hit it, you will be able to claim it in the in-game event center from May 30th through June 1st. And not only that, if you're currently watching on YouTube, you might see a poll on that YouTube chat. If you answer that YouTube poll, you'll get a chance at winning this amazing permanent DP28 skin. And I love me some permanent skins. And that one right there, Avenger, that one looks amazing.
Yeah, and I love me some DP28 with a 4x on. It's insane. Prone. The range that you're able to get that, the damage that you're able to put, you can take out cars, you can take out multiple players coming in. It's beautiful. I love the DP28.
Yeah, I love it. And you know what? We were talking about Buluc Chabtan there earlier. We actually got a chance to sit down with them. So why not? Let's take a look at this interview.
Hola Elian, ¿cómo estás? Estamos aquí listos para hacerte unas pequeñas preguntillas, ¿no? De cara a lo que va a ser la PMPL Américas. Cuéntame, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, me siento bien, seguro y bueno, espero que nos vaya bien.
Así me gusta, que haya ese ánimo para intentar llevarte ahí todos los puntitos, todos los pollitos y por supuesto la copa. Primero que todo, de cara a al campeonato, ¿no? Que se nos viene, ¿no? A esta PMPL Américas. Sí. ¿Han hecho algo especial? ¿Se han preparado de una manera diferente?
No, entrenamos casi siempre lo mismo, hacemos lo mismo y nos enfocamos en lo mismo en todos los torneos, así que venimos haciendo lo mismo siempre.
Ok, me gusta, se sienten cómodos. De hecho, yo creo que ahí también viene otra pregunta clavada, que es su equipo, en diferencia de los demás, ¿qué los hace destacar? ¿Por qué les ha ido tan bien?
Yo creo que somos muy constantes y que también siempre jugamos los mismos generalmente. Mantuvimos el roster y todo, y yo creo que es eso más que nada.
Ok, me gusta, y la solidez, ¿no? Que se ha mantenido a través del tiempo y eso les da quizá un poco más de ventaja. Si tuvieras que describir el nivel de tu equipo, sobre todo comparado con el resto, ¿cómo te describirías en posición?
Yo creo que al nivel estamos igual que los que peleamos siempre, FG, ATON, TQ.
Ok.
Y yo creo que estamos ahí siempre todos. Yo creo que eso somos los que estamos arriba.
Al mismo nivel, que en top de
claro.
todos ellos. Interesante. Sí. Entonces, podríamos decir que, y ahí viene otra pregunta clavada, ¿cuál es el rival a vencer? ¿Cuál tú crees que si le ganamos a este equipo, si creemos que ya estamos sobre ellos en puntos y ventajas, esto se ganó?
La verdad que no sé. Para mí yo creo que tenemos que ir enfocados en todo porque todos tienen nivel y yo creo que tenemos que intentar superar a todos. No tenemos uno en sí.
Ok. O sea que no hay ningún rival en particular en el cual ustedes hayan enfocado, ¿no? Su estrategia.
Vamos a por todos.
Hay que ganarlas a todos por igual. Eso está bien.
Exactamente.
Totalmente. Mira, bueno, de hecho, justamente nos mencionabas, ¿no? De que Buluc en general se mantuvo constante durante todo lo que fue la PMPL Américas, LATAM, y eso les da algún tipo de ventaja. ¿Hace cuánto que se conocen? ¿Cuánto tiempo llevan jugando juntos?
Los chicos, Reyes, Fernand y Madion, llevan más de un año juntos, y yo entré hace 6, 7 meses, creo, a Buluc, algo así.
¿Y cómo te sentiste? ¿Como en casa?
Al principio me costó adaptarme, no me entendía muy bien, pero cuando entendí el juego de los chicos me sentí muy cómodo.
Eso es súper importante, ¿no? Sentirse cómodo, sí. Sentirse como en casa, sentirse apoyado por parte de tu equipo. Pero mira, justo mencionaste a uno de los jugadores que fue el MVP de la PMPL LATAM, que fue Reyes. Teniendo al mejor jugador, en singular, ¿no? De toda la liga, ¿te hace sentir un poco más confiado? ¿Te puedes apoyar un poco más en él? ¿Cómo lo ves?
Sí, con Reyes siempre nos sentimos confiados. Generalmente van adelante con Fernand y da mucha confianza. En el mano a mano sabes que casi siempre lo va a ganar y genera confianza.
Perfecto. Y bueno, aquí hay una pregunta que es un poco interesante, se la voy a hacer a todos los equipos y son dos. La primera es, ¿cuál de tu equipo, al margen de ti, crees que es el mejor de tu escuadra? ¿Y por qué?
Yo creo que Reyes.
Reyes.
Porque, sí, yo creo que sí. Es bastante completo y bueno, y siempre destacan todo.
Perfecto, perfecto. Ahí está, sólida respuesta y bueno, lo respalda el tema del MVP. Pero ahora viene la pregunta un poco más interesante. ¿Cuál según tu criterio es el peor y por qué?
El peor...
¿Quién la trolea? ¿Quién la trolea?
No sé qué decirte el peor. Sinceramente a veces yo me siento el peor porque suelo, no sé si hacer cosas distintas, pero sí suelo trolear o hacer cosas así. Y sí, yo creo que yo me siento el peor muchas veces.
Está bien, ahí la humildad del genio de Erangel, que bueno, en esta ocasión va a darlo todo para intentar llevarse los pollitos y por supuesto también la copa, los $150.000 de la PMPL Americas. Muchísimas gracias, Elian, por la entrevista.
A vos. Gracias.
Great interview there from Elian. You know what? Before we go into the next game, do we think Buluc Chabtan is going to win a game today?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think
100%. It's going to be one of the Miramar games. I'm calling right now.
Oh, Miramar game. That's that's a precise offer right there.
All right, you know what? I'm going to go with Sanhok. I just like the madness there. While we're at it, casters. We're going to be sending it to the casters. Sute, Hot Jukes, are they going to win a match today? Yes or no?
Oh, you most definitely know that they're gonna. Zute, match number 1 about to get started here in day 2. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Probably not as good as how Buluc Chabtan is feeling, though, with the momentum they got from day 1. To be able to end the first day sitting in first place, ooh, man, that's always a great feeling to have to carry into the rest of the tournament.
100%, 100%. You know, XSET getting 2 chicken dinners and not being in that spot. You know that they're hungry. They're going to be coming hot here today, but that's that first game. First game is where it all counts. Who's going to be able to get it done? We're about to find out here in just a minute, Sute. Ooh, any expectations from any of the other teams?
I want to see more elimination points come out from these teams. You mentioned XSET got 2 chickens and they're not even sitting in first place. Well, I mean, Buluc Chabtan showed exactly why yesterday, right? On the very last match, they didn't even get the chicken dinner, but they got so many elimination points in that Miramar. You saw them, right? I casted that one with you. 3-man running just wide in the open for the last 3 zones of Miramar of all maps, and they were zapping people left, right, center, just taking up all the elimination points. And then Carrillo, of course, stole the chicken pretty much coming up from Alpha 7 at the last second. But the point spread, Buluc Chabtan got way more points, and I think that's also why XSET with 2 chickens isn't in first place. They need those elimination points, so I want to see all the teams here focus a little more on getting those elimination points today.
100%, 100%. They're gonna need to. And Buluc Chabtan, that Miramar match, man, they were just basically getting fed elimination points at a certain point. They were just running in, like you said, in the open and just popping everybody that they saw. But you know what? I have a feeling that today is gonna be a little bit more tough because you know, everybody did their homework after day 1, and everybody wants to be in that top 3 finish. So I'm interested to see like what strategy changes that we're going to see coming in here into day number 2, because always that day number 1 is that, you know, that testing, feeling out phase. But day 2, man, you gotta come in hot.
Yeah, this game starting off with Erangel, pretty standard right here. Oh, very, very standard plane path too. I think this is, we shouldn't see anything. Nothing tricky. Speaking about tricky, yesterday, we didn't see any hot drops besides on Sanhok, right? I think it was boring protocol and the Knights and Influence Rage, right? And Painan, if I'm not mistaken. I want to see what happens today in today's Sanhok matches. But right now we're on Erangel. I think this is going to be one of those like slow starts, but this being the second day, Hot Jukes, you might see teams start to play a little more aggro, especially, you know, with how much the elimination points have factored into the teams being near the top.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense because day number 2, I think, is one of the most critical days of the tournament because, you know, day 1 is kind of a wild card. You're not sure exactly what strategies, you know, players are going to be putting out, teams. And, you know, whoever ends up on top of day number 1, you know, they are absolutely hyped. So, you know, Buluc Chabtan, XSET. But the rest of the squads, you know, they need a good day today. Like, have to have one if they want to feel comfortable going into the rest of the tournament, because you know they're going to capitalize off the momentum of yesterday, all those top squads. So they're going to create a point gap big time here today. That's at least what I'm feeling is going to happen. So the rest of the squads, if they want a chance here at top 3, especially those teams at the bottom, they got to go nuts today. So when it comes to eliminations, that total's going to have to go through the roof, Papa. Through the roof.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They need to pop off today. Usually we reserve that, you know, you have to pop off moment towards like the second to last day or even the last day. But the skill level here, right? I feel like as we go up in skill level, the gap also kind of widens. Like if you take a look at like the top 6 teams right now, these are mostly teams that we expect to sit up here, to be quite frank with you.
Yep.
And it's like these teams, yeah, they might slip up just, you know, for a day, but they're still going to be, you know, getting those points, getting those eliminations, getting those, you know, placement points. And with the top 6 already looking like, you know, a very strong set of teams, that point gap is going to just keep branching. So the teams near the bottom, it's like you said, they need to pop off and catch up a lot today, or else that gap is just going to keep widening.
I agree, 100%. Yeah, at this level, you have to almost assume, right, that those teams at the top, like you have to, like, let's say you're preparing, right? You're in the locker room, right? After yesterday, trying to figure out what's the strategy for today. I think the smart play is you have to assume that the top squads are going to perform the same, right? Yeah. You're expecting Buluc Chabtan, you know, XSET Alpha 7 to just go off today. So that means that you have to do better than them. Not just do the same and hope they do bad, because
exactly,
yeah, it's a whole nother level now. It's a whole nother level. So you're gonna have to pull out something special if you want to catch up. I mean, that's why we see like all the tournament winners here at this level. They've been here. They're so used to it, and they know the importance of a day one, you know, strong finish, and they got it. So, man, for those teams that didn't, they gotta mix it up. Gotta mix something up. But man, that's easier said than done, though, right? Like, getting against more elims against these squads. Whew, good luck.
Yeah. Monster Energy right there on the screen. I love how Monster Energy is on that building in particular, too, because that building, we usually call it, like, the gas station or the shop, right? It's like a little walk-in shop. Maybe there's some Monster Energies on the shelves right there. But, yeah, XSET looting this place up. And, oh, wait. Is Knight starting off the first game as a 3-man? Am I just now seeing that? Or did they? Yeah, they are.
I think so. Not sure exactly what happened. That's huge, to be honest.
That is huge. Yeah.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly how that happened. And different things happen in life, everybody. At the same time, you know, it's like, I mean, hey, 5-man roster for a reason. But who knows exactly what's going on when it comes to that. We'll get some answers for you guys maybe later. But, you know, now, when you're rocking a 3-man, I mean, Zoo, against this kind of lobby, what would you suggest? What would you? I know what I would do, but, you know, you're telling me, what do you think? What would you do?
I think play it like you're a 4-man team, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, like three. Okay, then we're talking about the Knights here, right? So, like, as far as the Knights go in particular, they're one of the teams that is definitely a contender in, you know, a potential first place, like to be the champions of Americas. They've done it before, and I just think the Knights, with their players so strong, sure down to 3. But, like, at least for the first few circles, you got to play the same way. Like, you want to take the strong positions that you're comfortable taking. You know, you want to make those, you know, rotations that you're used to making. Maybe towards the very late game, right, where there's, like, you know, chaos happening everywhere. You have to alter your strategy a little bit because you don't have the manpower to just, like, bulldoze through everyone. But for the early stages of the game, they should just keep playing it like they regularly do.
It's interesting strategy. Interesting strategy. I think I'd mix it up a little bit. Like, you know, when it comes to, because they're sitting in 6th place, right? So they have to put up some consistent points regardless. If I were them with a 3-man, I would have just, you know, obviously we already had the homework done, know where everyone's landing. I would try to rotate super early and just catch a team on a rotation path. Try to pick up a couple little limbs that way, and then just play super tactically and just try to catch a third party. Like, really, I'd be third-party hunting like crazy because, man, at this level, taking a squad on 4v3, oof, you know, That's gonna be tough. But if you you catch him in the middle of some action, you might get like look at this. See, Warring Protocol. Just caught Polo same way. That homework, man. You know for a fact Polo thought that this was a clear rotational line, and Bop did the research.
No.
I think so.
No, I mean that position that Sam L is playing is so common in that split, like super common. Not sure what Polo was doing, driving like just. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm gonna have to say. I'm gonna call it as XSET kind of dropped the ball on that one, like a throw. Okay, think about it this way, Hodjux. Yesterday, how many players did we see go out on their own just scouting?
Not very many.
Exactly.
I remember, yeah, not very
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It should not happen at this stage of the tournament. Now you see why I'm like that.
That's a necessary risk, to be honest. Yeah.
At this point, like, you should not go out scouting a location. If it is a hard rotation and you just have to drive past players and you're just, a hail of bullets raining down on you, fine, I get that. Like, but just as I say that, Mezexis, I mean, I'm taking a look at the minimap. What is Mezexis Dreams doing? They are
I have no idea.
Split up. They are like 2,000-3,000 meters from one another in this really long rotation they're doing.
Oh, he's stuck out there too. Yeah, Acer is gonna come up here and catch him. I would be very careful if I'm Acer. I'd want to come at least with a couple players just in case, because if you get caught out, or if he gets caught out right now, there's no way he's getting picked up. Like, he's gonna get instant thirsted. Yeah. He's using that TPP. He's trying to spot something, but yeah, you can see the nervousness. He's like, don't want to quite crest that hill just yet. Next zone about to come on up. Looks like we're gonna have a nice little northern circle towards Yasnaya. We're gonna get the Yasnaya field finish. What do you think, Zoo?
Ooh, Yasnaya field that's one of the worst fields.
Fun
to watch, though.
It's PMPL. That's what I'm saying. It's like we have to see one. It's almost like Yasnaya field finish at the
Barn Protocol. They're in a fight.
Oh, they caught one.
Oh, they're actually just
off
taking
angle.
this fight. Yeah, no, the Mezexis, I mean, I was saying, like, what are they doing rotating so far from one another? And I think they're just committed to the fight because one of their players just got stuck next to that ridge. Wacho about to go down, though. Carnage does manage to get that. Acer gets finished off, though, so Born Protocol does end up losing one. Now Mezexis Dreams right here. 2v3 situation, and they're still pressing on in. Spec catches another one. Spec up to 2 eliminations now. And, looking good. Oh, just one. I thought Spec got that one as well. And, well, with this zone shifting, this area of the map, this is dead center. I understand why, they're taking this fight here. It's a strong position.
Watch out. Man, it's tough for Mezexis right here. Sam about to cross the hill. Yeah, okay, he saw the smoke, so they have to push this really hard. I'm surprised they didn't even do it quicker. So I think they're a little hesitant of exposing themselves because, heck, at this level, anytime you make any shots, the third party's coming, but a beautiful nade there from Sam. Here comes another. Can they get the finish through the smoke? Oh, Sarah, it's sitting in FPP. He's waiting for it. Hasn't moved a muscle.
The UMP.
Oh, gets caught and done. So there goes Mezexis Dreams, the team that is. They had a great finish yesterday. Well, but it's not done yet. Look at this, the Chosen and INTZ getting into it. Nice shots there. Beautifully done. INTZ. Oh man, just beaten up on the Chosen. Look at that.
The juke spike got you.
So clean.
Shimming back and forwards, moves like Jagger right there. I mean, he made it to the tree, but INTZ, they smell points. I mean, okay, I said teams need to focus on the elimination points today. We actually missed out on so much action. The Chosen down to 1 player, Nova Esports down to 2. They were fighting Alpha 7. Loops lost a player, XSET lost a player already. It's just all-out chaos already, and this is only zone number 2. I mean, look, we have 50 left alive, and zone 2 just now popped in. Zone 2 didn't even shift anywhere. Jukes, like, people are just choosing violence right now.
I'm telling you, like, here at this level, I think that you need to really just assume, like, the second you get knocked, I'm done. Like, seriously. Like, at this level, they are not letting you get back up. Like, they're going to push you. They're going to make sure you and your teammate get eliminated, if not your entire squad. It's very rare at this level, I think, you get knocked and even get a chance to get revived.
Yeah. It just goes to show, like, everything is done with purpose at this stage. You know, there's a game plan ready for anything that happens. So, yeah, like you said, the second that knock comes through, rest of the team already has a game plan on how to capitalize on it. It's no longer, you know, the PMCO stage where it's like, oh, I got a knock. Can we do something off that? It's like, let's wait for the next zone. We're kind of in a good spot, you know. Like, I don't know how to, you know, how we should. No, none of that anymore. Now it's just get a knock. Everyone's on the same page already. Gotcha. Yeah, he needs to get in the water. That's what he needs to do.
That's exactly what he needs to do. Yeah, it's so rare, I think, that these players are even saying, can we or should we? You know, like, those words aren't even there in their language. It's just like, let's do this. All right, do this, do that, do that. They know. I mean, it's like almost their one brain. I mean, I got cards sitting in front of me from Alpha 7 from years ago.
Yeah.
You know, from the global championships, and it's the same squad pretty much, and one member happens to be on Influence Rage, you know? So it's insane to see this here. Oh, it was on fire. Look at this little replay here between the Chosen and INTZ. Yeah, INTZ getting the better of that one. Good to see right there from them, because they are in 13th place. So they're one of those squads that need to have a good pop-off game here in game number 1.
We did get a very hard shift down to the southwest, by the way. So everyone is rotating down there. Boring Protocol, they got a nice central compound position that they're going to manage to take up. And we saw Influence Rage rotating earlier. I just want to say real quick, I love the team name. Have you ever like actually thought about what it means? Like, Influence Rage, like they want to influence people to rage, because they're going to body them and make them rage at the game. Like, how are we losing all the time to these guys, right?
Yeah. Influence Rage, and maybe I made make a clan called Inspiring Rage or something, you know? a little off-brand. Because, I mean, it is exactly what they're doing. I mean, they are quite high on the leaderboards in 4th place. Loops, you know, a squad that we had seen, you know, just do so well in the past. Now with this roster, you know, and they're in 12th place, but we know that they definitely have potential to pop off. I mean, any of these squads really do. I mean, we're already at that level. So it's just really who is on point and who gets it done in every single match here. That consistency is so hard to do at this high level.
Seems like most everybody is gonna make it into this zone quite safely. I like the huge change in pace, right? Circle 2, everyone's fighting because they kind of realize, okay, Circle's big enough that we can maybe take these isolated engagements. Teams won't prioritize certain positions too hard because who knows where the zone could shift, right? Coming into Circle 3, at this point, everyone's kind of like, all right, if we try and take a fight now with the team, a third party is right around the corner, so maybe we should, you know, play a little bit closer and not play as aggressive. So we haven't seen anybody go out yet in this circle. But Circle 2, we saw so many players and teams go out.
Yeah, just catching people on rotations. It's just so insane to see. And man, I know you guys can't see the map, but these rotations are ridiculous from these squads. The second that zone pops, they are moving instantly, securing in place, and not moving. The rest of the teams, you can see almost every single one is just hugging that edge of that zone and just trying to find a spot and scout their way in. And it is easier said than done. Next zone about to pop off, and it's going to go to the south towards Potato Hill. A lot of open field there, Zute.
This area of the zone is so tricky to play. It's open, but it's a huge sloping hillside, and it kind of wraps around like from the east to west. So it's sloping in a way where you can't even see clear sightlines on everything. And Arnold Souls getting a nice knock from the blue zone onto ATON Milos right there, and he will make it in. And a little bit of a vehicular accident. Oh, dude, trades are back and forth right now. I think it's come down to almost a 2v2, 1v2. Honor Souls moving up.
It's hard to keep track of. I mean, just instant support coming from all angles. Here comes Joko. Can he get it done? Looks like he's Influence Rage goes out in 15th place. That's a huge finish there. Oh my gosh, what a shot there from Myth. Clutching it up. Can Fran get it done? Only 2 remaining members from ATON. And it's easier. He's got that UMP ready, locked and loaded. And you can see that pin is pulled. He's gonna have to run away. Oh, it's a 2v1 situation. Myth gonna have to make something happen here. Can't get it done.
Nice try. That first knock by Myth was nasty, though, from behind.
Oh, the blue!
Choco. Yeah, blue zone's closing in. I mean, they wanted to fight, but are they going to win it against the blue zone? I don't think so. XSET getting caught out. J7 knocked right there next to the tree. Oh, he is going to get finished off by the Golden Eagles. And yeah, Influence Rage, we didn't even get to see what happened there, but Influence Rage is out, Honored Souls is out, and Mezexis Dreams is out. This circle shift was a hard one, and quite a lot of teams didn't make it into this circle, Hot Jukes.
Yes, indeed. I mean, that's what every single zone shift here is just a battle, you know, and trying to be able to win this war. And man, is it difficult here, because I mean, these players are just, their ears are primed, locked, and loaded to hear even the slightest vehicle sound, and they are looking straight towards it. And these guys, if you drive past them, they ain't missing a bullet.
XSET down to 2. It looks like they kind of made a hard rotation, and J7 got caught out right there. Nova down to 2 players, using the shack and a dip right there. Shifan and Koi. INTZ taking up the school apartments.
Shack, that's a nice play.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, already caught. Nethel knows exactly where he is. And it looks like we're going to see ATON take that top of that hill right there. It's a good little spot that we'll be able to hold. That little plateau on the side of the hill. Next zone is about to come up. I mean, if it goes onto this apartment, it's going to be absolute chaos. We'll see if it does or doesn't.
No matter where it goes at this point, every spot on this map is hard to play in. Like the hardcover, right, the apartments. No one wants to play hardcover at the apartments. That just gets super wild. And everywhere else on the map, it's just trees and rocks and maybe elevation differences. And Golden Eagles, man, whew, the shots are on point right now. That's another confirmed point for the Golden Eagles, just holding everyone off on the southeastern side. Next shift is coming in. Where's it gonna go, Hot Jukes?
I think it's gonna go south into southwest. Will it do it in the open field? Hey, look at it go. Right in the open. So, oh man, these players are gonna have to get moving quick. You know, Alpha 7, they do have the edge of Potato Hill, and look at this boring protocol is full sending it on in, and they're gonna have to use a vehicle to definitely make some cover. And Golden Eagles, they do get that elimination, but they gotta get moving, and quick.
Oh, I love how fast Boring Protocol rotated. They already knew. They had everything planned out. If it goes down to southwest, I know a spot right here. We're going to take it right now, and that is exactly what they did. Alpha 7, though, this could be a huge game for them. They have the entirety of the high ground and the entirety of the southern side within their control. I'm expecting a huge elimination game out of Alpha 7. Maybe not the win, but they've put themselves in the perfect position to farm a lot of points.
And I'll tell you what, Alpha 7 has to be one of the most scary squads that you want to just give the zone to. Because they, I guarantee you, are going to pull out double-digit elims if they get that kind of position.
Oh,
they already got 3 to their name, and, you know, they had the most insane start to game number 1. If you look at that nice little drive-by, didn't work out. I'm telling you, trying to make those little late rotations on a vehicle at this level, not going to happen.
Oh, Golden Eagles actually wanting to take this spot. They recognize this is potentially the game-winning location this late into the zone, but I don't think they know it's Alpha 7 that they're going to have to go up against. I'm definitely putting my money on Alpha 7, but we saw Golden Eagles make some really nice plays yesterday, so there's a chance. But Alpha 7, man, seems looking on point.
Too on point. You remember, you know, the high ground. It worked for Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Golden Eagles are going to have to play this one. Look at this. I mean, it's just a red zone here. Perfect use of utility, yeah, from Alpha 7. These guys don't want to take any unnecessary risks. But I'll tell you what, those nades are deadly, but swagging with a DP is deadlier.
Oh, XSET and Knights getting into fight. XSET trying to just survive in this.
Enox! Hey! With the run over!
He's holding that boost button down and holding left on the pad. Just going in circles, but going in too many circles. Gets caught. Knights just down to Chico once again. I'm noticing Chico's the last one up for the Knights quite often during this tournament. And he's been putting in good work, and this time around, I mean, this zone is just a little bit too deadly, and the Knights eliminated. XSET eliminated. Boring Protocol and Nova, the last 2 NA teams up still. Buluc Chabtan We were saying they've got a lot of momentum. They just get eliminated. Oh, man, this zone is quite chaotic, Hot Jukes.
Oh, chaotic indeed. Next zone does shift on over to the side, so Alpha 7, all of them are going to have to get going. Golden Eagles are pretty beat up. You see Loops. Oh, he is trying to be able to get some kind of information. They're going to have to full send at this point. They have no choice. Still 7 squads remaining, and it looks like Spec does get knocked. So Sam laying in the grass, just trying to be able to pull up some more points for his squad. Nice little position, though, for now.
I love how Boring Protocol has 7 eliminations to their names already. So I think this style change is good. It is really good out of Boring Protocol. They're way down in the leaderboards, and that's what they need to do. They need to make that mental shift. Loops trying to find whatever position he can. Trap about to trap himself in between maybe 5 different players, and he will get taken down. Boring Protocol still putting up a fight. Carnage goes down, though. Semel, last one up. All the meanwhile, Alpha 7 has 4 players up on the high ground.
Yep.
Alpha 7 is going to take this game away, Hot Juke, so you can mark my words for that one.
I mean, if I was a betting man, I would bet very much in that way as well. So, oh man, Alpha 7, I said it, double-digit kills, double-digit eliminations we're going to see from Alpha 7. They already got 7. That's on brand.
7? Yeah, that's on brand. Alpha 7 with the 7. Nova, though.
Our host 7? Wow.
Oh, so many 7s. 3 7s? You know what that means.
That means GG. Yeah, 100%. And you know what? That's what came into their head the second they got this zone. And oh, it just keeps getting higher and higher and higher as the end of this game is happening.
There is one other team, though, with 4 players up. They could potentially put a stop. We got 2 solos out of INTZ and VIVOKEYD. Alpha 7, though, does have the high ground advantage. Swagleen with that DP, he catches Wero. That's a huge one. That's going to make it a 4v3 when it comes down to the very end between these 2 teams. And VIVOKEYD, he might actually just third-party the team and help out Alpha 7 due to his position.
Oh, and it looks like Swagin, he does see Rojas there. The Wero does go down earlier. We did see that. And the rest of All Glory Gaming, just full snake play, just trying to survive here. As you look at the remaining squad, still 3 remaining teams. Erangel looks like he does have a pretty good position at the bottom of this hill, but you can see Carrillo just waiting by that tree, ready to see any pixel move out of position.
Oh, Swagleen needs to be careful. They need to not get knocked. Mafioso's already knocked. I imagine he will be able to get picked up. Right now, Alpha 7, what they're doing here off that initial knock onto Mafioso is all 3 players is going to hold their positions for 6 seconds to watch for a push. Once that push is not coming through, then they go for the revive. That's very smart out of Alpha 7. A lot of teams make the mistake of going for the revive immediately, and that's when the other team pushes. But Swagleen, he needs to be careful. He's standing tall on that car, and he is getting shot up. And the zone has shifted down towards the south, towards the other team, so they're going to have to push on down.
And here he goes, Carrillo with the rotation. He's going to do a nice little vehicle switch there. So he did switch to the passenger side and exit that vehicle. So that way he can be behind it. Oh, and look at that. That was almost like a little bit of a bait play. Mafioso catching him slipping. And there goes VIVOKEYD out in third. 2 squads remaining. All Glory Gaming versus Alpha 7 Gaming.
4v2. There's no way Alpha 7 messes this one up. This is a team that does not make many mistakes whatsoever.
It'll take a Christmas miracle at this point, and we're in May.
Oh, Carrillo taking the angle from downhill. I actually really like that play.
Ross.
Mafioso picks a 4v1. Double-digit eliminations. You called it. We saw yesterday they got a huge 17 elimination. This time around, they're going to pick up 11. And Chicken, Alpha 7... Oh, this is the Alpha 7 we've been waiting to see. I mean, actually, this is the Alpha 7 we saw yesterday. They're just starting off today even harder.
Alpha 7 with back-to-back double-digit elims in game number 1. I mean, this squad does not surround. I'm telling you, if they do get that zone position, they are going to make full use of it. And that's what it takes to win championships, right? When you don't get that zone, you still want to put up some consistent points. But when you do, you get the chicken dinner and go off with the elims. And I mean, this is just textbook Alpha 7 here, Zoo.
Oh, yeah, 1000%. I mean, they play that so well. At no point did they seem not in control of the situation. Even when their teammate Mafioso was knocked down, did you see how calm and just structured and disciplined they were? No, hesitant moves, no panic, and they picked up that, they picked up Mafioso like it was nothing. Like they had full control of the situation.
And that was such good team effort. I mean, because look, you got Neto up here with most eliminations, 3 to his name, highest damage as well. You got Sam up there with a nice little nade elim. And I'm telling you though, I mean, Alpha 7, they work so well as a team separated. And that is so difficult to do, But that's become the norm here. It's become the norm, right? Being able to play as a 4-man split and being able to just dissect squads, each, play by play. That's what we like to see here, Zoo.
Oh, 1000%. So we're going to go take it up to the host to give you guys further breakdown of game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wow. Alpha 7, they're drinking that Monster Energy. Shout out to Monster Energy, our official drink energy partner for this event. Guys, the back-to-back?
Back-to-back, starting off things like we ended it yesterday, right? Alpha 7 getting the second chicken dinner here on the board, the second team to get 2 of them. And right now, it's looking good. When you look at how Alpha 7 is playing things out, this is kind of what we expect when we look at them. It doesn't matter if they have someone that is going to be knocked. They will always keep on playing like they were before. And it doesn't really matter because they know, keep it calm, keep control. That's how we're going to win every fight.
And yesterday, it was a bit of a third party, a little bit of a snitch play. They managed to clutch it out. This time around, they were playing it picture perfect. How they're able to move around, how they're able to position themselves compared to the other teams. They completely dissected the teams, as Hot Juke said here. Perfect game for them to start things off, and that's going to contest a lot about in the top here.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked earlier, right, about the top teams on Erangel. 2 of those teams were actually towards the bottom here of the leaderboard. Of course, we had Alpha 7 winning one. They were the only team from the top 3 on Erangel that didn't have a win on the board already. But with that one, I don't think only will they have a win on the board on Erangel, but I think they will be the #1 Erangel team right now.
You think so? Okay, that's going to be interesting. The highlights here, of course, some of the fights that we saw, they were fighting outside the circle, outside position, not really fighting for any good spots inside the circle, rather for survival, and that really helped a lot of teams that were inside.
This is the aggression I was talking about earlier when we had the pre-show, how the teams are going to be more aggressive. They want to take more control. Because yesterday, sure, they got a little bit feeling of how the teams are going to be playing out, where they want to drop and stuff like that. Now, it is full steam ahead. You just want to go there. You want to make sure you grab those points as soon as possible. I mean, if you get a few eliminations early on, let's say like Boring Protocol, you know that you're putting a few points on the board already. But look at this. Look at Boring Protocol. They were in it from the start, fighting until the end, basically. And that's what put them up there. But of course, you also have Alpha 7, the big winners.
Yeah, I loved how they're able to survive. Also, Carnage' situation multiple times against Mezexis. They were able to defend the compound there on the ridge south of Yasnaya. Overall, how they're able to play it out and how they're able to kind of position themselves to get into the circle and manage to get this many eliminations here was perfect for them.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see Loops Esports there. They ended up with 5 elims. This was a team that coming into today, they were, I believe it was 12th place. To be honest, I was expecting a little bit more out of Loops, so it's good to see them that they're currently being there, at least in contention within the top damage. And you know what? After that first match, I do want to see their overall. I want to see what kind of changes has happened so far. And wow.
Okay.
Big change.
Big changes in the house here, of course. And Alpha 7, they're going to take that #1 spot. And look at that. I mean, we talked about it earlier, how Buluc Chabtan had such a huge lead coming into this game. But with that win, Alpha 7, back-to-back, getting so many points. They are now in the big lead.
Yeah, and also putting a good distance between themselves and the rest outside the top 4. 60 points down to Influence Rage and Nova. 32 points, more than 50% ahead of the guys outside the top 4. Really good to see. But still, it's all on the board. We have a lot of representations from still all the regions in the top 6.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And, of course, when we look here towards the bottom, it looks a little bit grim, but the teams, they are catching up.
Lightly.
They are catching up, okay? They are catching up. Look at Boring Protocol. Protocol, they're still down there, but they had a phenomenal game here, I'd say. A phenomenal start. This is what I'm expecting from Boring Protocol. They be very aggressive in the start to get those eliminations going, but I want to see them get towards the end game. Seeing them in the top 3, because I feel like that's something we rarely see. We see them a lot of times being out there, taking those big fights, getting a lot of eliminations, but they need those placement points as well.
If they can get the ball rolling early here today, then it could be looking really good for the rest of the day. If they can keep getting those eliminations, keep getting those good, average, consistent placement points, it's going to be looking very good. They can position themselves to attack the top 8.
Yeah, and a team that turned it around, especially in this first match, INTZ. I mean, we really didn't get a chance to see that much out of them yesterday. Coming into today, though, they were able to perform a lot better, and I actually want to see how that compares yesterday, all those matches versus how they are playing today so far. And look at the damage, the output and the damage, almost being able to triple it. The heals, you know what, they were getting into a lot more fights, but the illims there, Frost.
Yeah. I mean, this is huge, right? INTZ is one of the staple teams when it comes to comes to the Brazilian region, and we expect a lot from them, a lot more than they've been able to put on the board right now. Like this game that we saw here previously, that's kind of what we expect from them. But again, a little bit more.
Yeah, they were very close, especially in the final for Brazil. They were very close to Influence Rage. They were very close to Alpha 7. In general, they're able to compete at the very top. So we want to see them up there. And for them to start like this, they can definitely make a jump at it and get into the top 8 quite fast today.
Yeah, INTZ wants a piece of that prize pool, especially towards the top. And you can actually get a piece of a, Google Play card, $10. All you have to do is just answer the YouTube chat poll. Go ahead and do it. Frost did it. I did it. Avenger did
multiple times.
How many now?
15. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone.
And of course, if Frost wins one, he'll give one away. Of course, the chat.
100%. 100%. I am hearing that the match is ready. I am looking forward to seeing how Boring Protocol is going to do. Can they continue on this type of consistency? So you know what? Sute, Hot Jukes, take it away. I'm ready for this Miramar.
Woo! Headed to the desert, baby. Let's get it going. Thank you so much, Seven, dude. I mean, Frost, Vedra, all the people on the desk. I mean, what more could you ask for? Casted a wonderful tournament like this. Boring Protocol. Or will they get it done? Sute. Here's what I think. If they had 4 Carnages, they'd be in first place. 100%.
If they had 4. Well,
yeah.
I don't know about that one. I think as far as this game goes, though, they got to make it out of the hot drop, because we're on to Miramar.
That's a good point.
And they got a hot drop coming their way. Now, Boring Protocol, they're definitely on the back foot, because they have 2 different drops that they're being contested on. Not just on Miramar, we also saw it on Sanhok. You know, they were doing somewhat of a split, and with such a bad performance day number 1, they really need that mental shift into day number 2. And I think we do kind of see that. We saw them pick up a lot of elimination points. They were making some pretty good rotations. They just couldn't really ink it out in the final few circles to get those placement points. I feel like they're confident. I feel like they're looking good. So as far as this hot drop goes, I'm going to have to kind of give it over to them over in the Hacienda area. That is if the plane path does end up stretching over that way, though, because Miramar, the plane path isn't favorable. I mean, we could see a completely different Miramar game out of all of these teams.
And I don't think a hot drop's worth it, to be honest. At this level, this stage, I think it's just way too risky. I mean, because even if they do get the full finish, it's highly likely that you lose at least 1 member, right? Yeah. And if you are exactly where they're at on the leaderboards, right? They need insane points every single match. That's what they're going for. And going in as a 3-man, you're basically saying, hey, all right, we're looking for, and maybe 8-10 point finish here. But really, you need them serious double-digit points if you're currently Boring Protocol. That's my thought. What do you think?
I agree. You need those serious double-digit points. And starting off the game as a 3-man, even with 4 points in your pocket, it is not too good. You know what also isn't too good? This plane path. I mean, it looks nice, stretching from south to north in a straight line, but a lot of the eastern side of the map is quite far from the plane. So, namely, Hacienda. So, will Boring Protocol go for Hacienda still? Will they go elsewhere? And what about all these other teams? They're going to have to do some adjustments here.
Hacienda del Patron, the party city. That's what I called it, because man, that place, as long as I've been playing PUBG Mobile, Hacienda, Pecado, those are always the hot drops, when it comes to at least classic batches, right? but they're still a really good place to be because you're so central on the map no matter where the zone rotates to. And rotating in Miramar is, in my opinion, right, is probably one of the most difficult maps, hands down. And I'm only going to say that because, you know, Sanhok is Sanhok, right? But I'm telling you, with the vehicle rotations here, it is so hard to get moving.
1000%, yeah. Miramar rotations are definitely the trickiest. We'll see where these teams end up rotating to when the first circle pops up. And the first circle on the eastern side, so opposite of the plane path. I think that actually kind of works out for everyone because everyone's going to be stretching towards that eastern side of the map anyhow. And first circle, I mean, it could go anywhere.
Where do you want it to go?
We saw yesterday it ended in Los Leones. It was pretty fun. I personally rather not have 2 Los Leones zone endings like back-to-back. I think a fun one that I would like to see that makes for very good action is just like a circle ending around the eastern side of La Bendita. You know, those kind of open field zone endings. I feel like those zones make for the best entertainment, honestly, because teams have to like improvise a lot when there's not set hard cover, you know, towards the last 4 zones.
I want it on the island by Impala. Why not?
Oh, all the way. All the way.
I want it on the island. Yeah, I want to see people swimming, you know? I want to know. I know that's a fact these players don't want that. I guarantee you they want it to be on that northern side, you know? But we'll see where it does end out. So far, I am looking to see if any squads did hot drop onto each other. There's definitely a whole lot of squads in that Hacienda area. But so far, so good. Don't see any action on that elimination feed. As INTZ is looking to get up. So yeah, looks like INTZ and Boring Protocol didn't land on each other.
Yeah, Boring Protocol did win. Yeah, Boring Protocol did win that fight yesterday. So it looks like they did, INTZ did concede Hacienda over to them, which I like, you know, like respect. At this stage, like you said, teams really can't risk these hot drops. So since Boring Protocol won the fight yesterday, INTZ is like, okay, we'll give it to you guys. We're not going to be those like super hard-headed, annoying teams that just keep dropping on top of you and fighting. Especially, I mean, this is
dude,
America's championship, right? Like, come on, we're all trying to win here.
Yeah, I guarantee you, like at this point, like it wouldn't be ridiculous, right? Because INT's in 13th and Boring Protocol was in 14th, right? And this was the game before that. So, I mean, now INTZ is in 11th, and you got Boring Protocol still in 14th. So, I would be surprised if they're just like, hey, okay, where are y'all landing? Where are we landing? We're not landing anywhere near there because neither team can afford it. Like, none of them want to do it. No matter how strong, you know, your ego is or anything, they just know it's bad news regardless.
Yeah, I love that you put it that way. It reminds me of that meme where you got 2 people like clasping hands, like flexing their biceps. You know that meme I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you're doing bad, I'm doing bad. Let's work together so that we're not just both doing bad by dropping on top of each other and losing players left and right, cutting down our rotation time, cutting down our loot time, cutting down our loot in general. So, yeah, making that adjustment right there, I think it's a win-win for both teams. As much as, you know, like we would love to see these hot drops, like at this point, I almost rather not see a hot drop so we could just see more teams fighting each other. Mezexis Dreams, something about them and Miramar. They just always start off on such a strong foot when it comes to Miramar.
Oh, please hit this. Please hit this. Oh, the Winnie coming out towards the end. But you're right. Yeah, Miramar, they seem to be always pretty on point. But you can see that SKS coming out here from the rest of INTZ. Mezexis, oh, this could be a good nade here. Can he hit it? Polo! Just a little too short. Oh, man. Yeah, he's got that penguin helmet on. Playing it real careful. Got to play it safe here because you do not want one member down this early, especially when it comes to Miramar. Miramar.
Yeah. Mezexis. Oh, he hit that. That was a nice little quick scope right there.
Watch yourself.
Imagine if that was a headshot, though. Oh, man.
Oh,
I'd be jumping. That would be a full send push. They already have a player of INTZ knocked down.
100%.
And you see the setup. Mezexis They're looking for it. They know this team is trapped. They know they have full control of them. And as soon... Oh.
Watch yourself. Peek me.
Watch yourself.
Peek me. Peek me. That's what he's saying right now.
Just hit that crouch button on accident.
Por favor, please. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's an XSET.
Oh, this is big. Here we go. XSET and the Knights seem to be going at it here early on. You can already see all the util coming out here. Very, very bold push here from XSET.
Oh, yeah. This is this area of the map. I mean, this is first zone, so there is no huge priority for this location, but I think XSET, they just want a taste of whoever is here. Maybe they thought this team was split, but we are in a hard locked 4v4 engagement at a very nice compound. A lot of angles to cover, a lot of different, nooks and crannies when it comes to this, and it doesn't seem like either team is backing off anytime soon.
Yeah, not at all. And I'm really surprised, to be honest. I mean, well, this is a really good position to kind of poke back and forth. Because, I mean, if it does look bad for you, you're able to kind of just eject out and move away. But still, this is a tough engagement because the more noise you make, the higher chance you're going to get third-partied. So I'm not too sure about this engagement, Zute. What do you think? If you're XSET, would you just completely disengage here or just kind of hold it down? Look for that knock.
I don't think they can disengage. Nova's right behind them. We got 3 NA teams here and kind of a standoff. Yeah, like NA on NA violence right here. But between XSET and Knights, I think... Nova actually gets the opening onto...
Got him!
I thought it was XSET that was going to get third party, and I think XSET somehow know that Coops did go down, so Knights are going to have to get that revive. XSET's pushing hard right now, trying to take advantage of this. They got the nade prime. Jay, if he hits this right over the wall, that's going to land extremely close.
I thought that was money. Jay's got another one, though. He's packed, locked, and loaded. Can he be able to get it off? Looks like he did have to put it away. And the Knights are going to be able to get that slight reset. Now, this is the first match we're going to see Coops come in here. He did miss the last one. Beautiful nade from Tensa on the Polo. That was huge. And now the tables have turned. Here comes the Knights.
Oh, look at this aggression. Just one knock and it is done. Your team gets knocked by one nade. Oh, the aggression out of the Knights on point. Chico with that lean peek pre-fire. Doesn't get some shots in, but that does let Xenox run in with the Uzi clapper, getting that quick two-piece. And XSET is eliminated. We were just talking about in the first game. If one of your players go down, it is almost just completely done for your team because that execution out of the Knights was perfect.
Man, it was picture perfect. I would have liked to see XSET, I think, just get a lot more hyper-aggressive knowing that they had one member down. But, man, it's still, you make that little slight hesitation and you'll just get turned on like crazy. And the Knights just showed it right there. Beautiful execution, especially the boy Xenox, dude. And CQC,
Xenox?
Not a player you want to go against.
Best player. Best player in North America, hands down. For sure in North America, hands down when it comes to that CQC. And speaking of which, we got some highlights of some action that's been happening off screen. A7 is not stopping anytime soon. Actually, Hotchukes.
Or
eliminations. They already have 4 elimination points too.
Oh my goodness. Alpha 7 got to run away with this tournament. Like, I kid you not. Like, if these other teams aren't careful, this is what's going to happen. Now, they are starting off hot. Oh, here comes Scoops in the bus.
Oh, okay. You know how I said when they were a 3-man, they should play like a 4-man? Well, now that they're 4-man, they're really playing like a 4-man. Right? They are going for. I absolutely love this. Let's see if they can make up for the last one. This though. Yeah, let's see if they can make this one clean because Honor Souls, they do kind of have a wide range of angles and some high ground that the Knights do need to be a little bit careful of.
Yeah, but look at the Knights, man. They're doing such a great job of almost just casting the spider web around them, just finding all the different separate angles. Here goes Xenox on that off angle, trying to catch him slipping. Tensa running up around. So they are doing that 4-man split push that has just been so effective here. And all it takes is that one knock. That's all they're looking for. It's just a chess game. Whoever gets that first knock is going to be in a huge advantage.
Oh, yeah. This one, though, with all the angles, with it being so spread out, might be a little bit trickier. I love how they, airdrop the Xenox off at that back angle, and then they sent the other player around to take the 2v2 push. And double peek, would be ideal, but Tensa, he's going to do it all alone. He's juking him out, but Tensa, not timing the second peak correctly, does go down, and this could be the downfall of the Knights.
Risky play there from Tensa, trying to get that 1v1. It would have been huge if he did, but now you can see him trying to run away. This is a good, he might be able to get away with this here because Koops is in a position to provide him some of that cover fire, and it looks like he was able to get it off in time, but do they have any utility?
Xenox went down. Xenox, I feel like Xenox shouldn't have been put in the off angle. That player is much better just close range, up front, and personal. I think Tensa, the IGL, would have been much better to put in an off angle, just that, you know, the game sense awareness a little bit higher. But now the Knights are down to 3. I mean, they could still hold this down. Honored Souls, I'm going to be quite frank, they're currently in the last place position, so maybe not the best team, so they could still potentially botch this against a 3-man team of the Knights.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, like, after that elimination, the Knights know it's Honored Souls now. So maybe because they realize that it is this squad, and this is the position you put yourself when you put yourself in last place, the Knights may be like saying, hey, okay, it's Honored Souls. We lost one, but let's go ahead and we can still take them on. Oh, is that a nade? Oh, just a little... Oh,
timing.
That was a little too close for Cup for Koops. Trying to get out of there alive. He's swimming, he's hurting on that bus, and he gone.
So the Knights don't manage to get any points there, and they do lose one player. That fight, like I said, kind of tricky because Honored Souls had a huge wide range of angles, and I think that's ultimately what caught Xenox. But we're shifting our focus to the northeast side of the map. The circle has continuously shifted, as you can see on your screen. And I talked about the eastern zone of La Bendita. Wait, was that with the UMP just now, Hot Chooks?
Looks like it was.
Man, the UMP just carried 2 UMPs. That gun can do it all.
It's so strong. I mean, not to mention from long range, the tracking is ridiculous. It's very difficult because the shots are so delayed. But, I mean, these players can get it down. They're that good, right? And if you're able to... Yeah, look at that. I mean, the thing is that the players can't even hear where the shots are coming from, but it's just like an instant knock once they all hit you. Look at that. M16 single tap all day.
I'm not sure why he was running down the hill that way in the open. INTZ making a little bit of a slip up right there. Mezexis Dreams, by the way, was a team that eliminated by Alpha 7. So we were saying, you know, they have a strong start on Miramar. Alpha 7 likes to think otherwise because they took them out way earlier in the match. SKS try and pop off some headshots there. Loops holding strong for now on the northeastern side of the zone. But so many other teams right now just rotating in, and Nova pretty much dead center of the zone. Team Nova as a team, they always prioritize that center location.
Yes, indeed. Well, this one is looking to be a heck of a doozy here, as this next zone does go on up, looking like it is going to be a La Bendita finish. You called it, Zute. Looking pretty good so far. All Glory Gaming trying to find a position.
Does he not see him?
Oh, yep. He sure does now. Lionel. And looking to get some nice damage as well. So I think, yeah, look at this. Instantly, the second they get the knock, automatically, rest of the squad driving, full sending on in to get the finishes.
It is so punishing at this level. One small mistake is quite literally the death of your entire team, right? Yep. Or your entire team just turns the other way immediately. It's like, you're gone.
You got knocked, bro.
4v3.
Sorry.
Yeah, 4v3, we're not winning, so we're leaving.
Smart play, too.
Yeah, you got it. Otherwise, like, your whole team goes down.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and just try and survive a little bit longer. Maybe get another elim, sneak one away, and just make something happen. Yeah, Loops left with no choice but to leave their homie Toiko in the dust. See if we're able to see him a little bit later. But you do have Carrillo here. 4 elims on the squad. He's got 2 for himself. Got that buggy nearby by Minas Generales. Looking for a good... And they have another great position here, especially if that zone does go onto him. Where's he going to go? Is he going to go onto that eastern side of La Bendita, like Zute said? That's my question.
I sure hope so. Open field finish. And
love it. We're 2 for 2.
Oh, yeah. You called it game 1 on that Erangel zone shift down to the southwest. I call it right here. La Bendita, Boring Protocol, and Nova in the 2 hard cover locations right now. Boring Protocol they're in good spot. Nova, that compound's a little bit tricky since there's not too many buildings to work with, but they're dead center, so they're chilling for the rest.
100%. 100%. Yeah, and that's what these players really need to do is and when you get this kind of position, that's when you're like, hey, it's time for us to just pop off and go absolutely nuts. You know, let's go ahead and get those double-digit elims like Alpha 7 did in game number 1. But, you know, they still got 2 big NA teams here, and they definitely need those points. Can they capitalize it on? That's the big question.
You saw right there, Alpha 7, they pulled up on that location. It was dead quiet, and he was still pulling out a Molotov to potentially burn out some rats. So, I mean, at this level, you got to be prepared for anything. Alpha 7 showing, you know, a quick checklist, you know, always clear everything at a compound. So I love to see that. So many other teams, though, still have to make their way into the zone. Influence Rage coming in from the northwest. We have the Knights down to 2 men all the way in the southwest. And Nova taking some nice shots onto INTZ right there, trying to survive at the hay bales. But they are getting nailed and shredded apart. Not even smokes can stop the Nova team right there, picking up 2 nice points for themselves.
Beautiful for Nova. I mean, we're waiting for Nova to really just go nuts here. They were playing it very kind of quiet at the start. Like you said, you know, their brothers over in the east, they start slow and then get hot as the tournament goes on. And it looks like we're seeing a little bit of similarities here. Because 4 elims, 3 players, and a great position. Oh, look at that. Nice from Shifan. Big heads-up play saying, hey, let's take out those tires. We don't want any rotations onto this building.
Did you notice his gun combo, too? The UMP Mini. So for super long range, right? And then UMP could do everything else. Mid-distance.
Yeah. Sam!
Oh! Sam L. Oh.
Hit it, please.
4.
We want to see it.
He's good for 1. We keep this camera on him long enough, he could hit at least 1, I would say. But there's way too much action going everywhere else.
I just want to see a bolt headshot. It's so hard to see at this high level because the game is so fast-paced. You have to catch it when you can. But we'll see, man. Nothing gets me more excited than a nice little bolt action flick headshot. Hopefully we can see some
Mafioso was hitting... Mafioso was hitting a lot of bolt action headshots yesterday, actually. So I want to see today if they manage to find, you know, that bolty, if they'll pass it over to Mafioso again. But Influence Rage taking a fight with VIVOKEYD. This is a pretty locked-in fight right here. As VIVOKEYD, they get the opening, and here's that aggression. Gets in the car. A little bit of a second adjustment there. Maybe they can't decide to fully push, but they definitely have to take this fight because this zone is going to shift off them. And one team's got to go down for the other team to leave. So this is their biggest opening right here.
Yeah, definitely. Can they make something happen? That's the question, you know, because VIVOKEYD, they are in 7th position here. This could be a really massive game for them, but oh my goodness, look at this. All the way from downfield, you got Influence Rage. One of the top teams in the lobby, putting tons of pressure onto VIVOKEYD. They do keep all their members up, though, for now. But, oh, look at all their vehicles. They're all gone.
Oh, that zone shift, though, Hot Jukes. It goes to the Crater Fields.
That's huge.
I mean, VIVOKEYD's not in zone, so they're going to have to push Influence Rage now. But that is a huge zone shift. Boring Protocol and Nova not in the zone. I said Nova's going to be able to chill. Well, they got to get a move on.
Under the vehicle. Look at that. Nowhere to hide. You think you have that busted up truck. But, man, look at this. Getting popped all the toes. I mean, the pedicure that VIVOKEYD is getting here from Influence Rage is just, it's hurting. It's hurting. They're like, ay.
That is one pedicure you do not want to have. The Knights pushing in on the other side. It is just Chico by himself taking on 4 players of Arnold Souls here. And wait, Arnold Souls is just down to
go.
Wait, he actually picked up 4?
1v4?
His kills went from 1 to 5, Hot Jukes.
Chico!
Actually picked up all 4. There is no... I hope we get it. I hope Chico is
producers. Yeah, please.
Yeah,
please.
Chico, where's that hand cam that record? He actually
want it all
4.
I want to hear the voice after that. I want to hear everything. Oh my goodness. Big 1v4 here in the tournament. But look at this Influence Rage. We got to keep on going on here because Influence Rage is punishing. Oh, what a beautiful shot there from Yellow. Can he be able to get it done against Kowalski? He's ready.
He's got to push in. Blue zone's closing in. Influence Rage is going to play this a little bit closer. They're not going to give those free knocks around this time. And, oh, there he goes.
Chopped on.
Wait, no, he's still up. Zone is slowly pressing in. Can he do it, Haju? Cielo, 2v1. Federal coming in close. He's got the grenade prep. Cielo makes his move right now. He could get this knock on Federal. Goes prone, but Federal gets the better of that. So Influence Rage will keep 4 members alive on this Crater Field side. So this is huge for them.
Huge, and he did get that headshot too, but I don't know about that late. I think that prone shot was a little risky. I think he should have just gone for that full crouch and challenge. Yeah. But you know, hey, hindsight is 20/20. I'll tell you what, some of these players are looking to pick up 20 points. I mean, Influence Rage, 6 eliminations. Alpha 7, 6 eliminations. Whole squad is up and down goes Loops. It's gonna be 8 squads remaining here in this one. Nova with just QZ up left, 7 elims to their name, but oh man, he's in big trouble.
Alpha 7 still has 4. Zone shifts to the north. Wait, hold on.
Oh, QZ.
Jumped the gun a little bit here. And oh wow.
Hay bell. He wants that hay bell so bad.
It does shift up to the north. The zone's completely in the open. TC's kind of got the zone close by, but everybody has to move into this wide open area. No one's actually in the zone here. There is 1 hay bale in zone next to Boring Protocol that they could take.
My eyes are 100% of the Knights here. They do only have 2 up. They are in 8th place, and they have to put something up here. Oh, Boring Protocol. They had the whole squad up as well, and they have a darn good position. So Boring Protocol, if they can go ahead and get this reset, they could definitely make something happen here against the Golden Eagles. Oh, Alpha 7! Challenging Influence Rage!
Oh, what?
And look at that beautiful shot from Kowalski. Can he be able to get it done? He is going and sending it right now onto Carrillo, and they are looking to punish Alpha 7.
Man, Alpha 7's so aggressive. They really just went up there and took the fight to Influence Rage. That is quite the dog.
Oh!
He's correct.
The turn! Carrillo, he has a family!
Oh my. I mean, this Alpha 7 team, this is why I'm a fan. They're so good, they're so deadly. Influence Rage now just forced to just run down into the open and just pick apart Alpha 7, man. Sheesh.
9 elims. 9 elims, bro. This squad is just on and then after you get a knock like that, you just start feeling yourself like you just never have before. And look at this Carrillo going to try and the drop shot. Oh, to survive. Chico, but Chico, you gotta watch out for the Chico himself.
Yeah.
And he jump out that vehicle. Oh, they did park it in front of the door, so I don't know if they can get out here. He does get the knot and the finishes. Chico is on another level here in Miramar, turning up the heat.
I'm going to throw it out there. I was one of the people that questioned Chico on the Knights, but when Chico is playing like this in the PMPL Americas, well, he's shut me up. He's shut everyone. He did a 1v4, 7 eliminations. The Knights with 11 already. This is a massive game for them.
I'll tell you right now, our host, 7 Worlds Gaming, I want an apology video with tears right now for Chico.
Yes.
Because this man is going ham here in one of the biggest stages in PUBG Mobile Esports. And they do have a good position. Now, it does look like Chico is getting pieced up here. Forces Coops to just try and drive and
the
find
run
another
over.
position. The run over, he clutches it. Coops! What? The Knights as a duo are just going crazy here. Now it's a 2v4 against the Chosen. Get a 1v4.
Chico got knocked, though. It's Coops. It is Coops. If anyone could 1v4, it's Coops, but it's a 1v4 at the Americas. I think Coops... Oh, he's hiding in the Lambo. Oh, it did not work, though.
He tried, but it is the Chosen that pick up that beautiful chicken dinner there. And man, was it nice. But at the end of the day, I mean, those insane amount of elims, great effort from the Knights, especially considering the fact that they had 3 members in that first match. You know, they come back with that full squad here in match number 2, and they just go off, Zoo.
Oh, they went more than off. Chico. Okay, that 1v4 Honored Souls, we didn't get to see it, but if you looked around the map, there was no other players around. There was no third party involved. Chico just ran up there and just 1v4 Honored Souls, and then we saw him just take it to Alpha 7 of all teams. He just, man, The Knights, I know TC won the game, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually the Knights that picked up more points, because we saw yesterday, it's no longer about getting the chicken. It's about being aggressive and taking your wins and taking your fights and winning them. And I think the Knights picked up a whole lot of elimination points.
How crazy is that? You know, point system, survival of the fittest is what this tournament's all about. But at the end of the day, fragging out Elims is what is making the champions. Guys, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take it back on over to our host in just a bit, right after this break.
Realme C35, standout 50 MP, fit-in design.
What a match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Seven Worlds Gaming alongside Frost and Avenger. Chico, my boy, please tag me again on Twitter. Use hashtag PMPL Americans and let me see that 1v4 against Honor Soul, because Frost, that was beautiful. And not just that, he did so much more.
I'll tell you this, stats do matter.
Give me some. Don't leave me hanging. Let's go.
All right, so here we go. The match ranking for game number 2 here. And as the caster said, Knights is going to take the top there with those 12 eliminations. But Alpha 7 was pretty hard on this one too. And remember, they had a good lead coming into this one. But then being able to take that 3rd place in 11 eliminations, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, I loved how well that we saw that Knights were able to play this out. But the Chosen, they just had a complete superior position in the circle. Being able to clutch and get the 15 points from placement is, of course, important.
Yeah.
That's the consistency we see. And when you're not able to get the elimination points, that's the important points that you can get. So they're able to close it out as they were. But, of course, this storyline, and as Hot Jukes and Sute said, that was insane from Knights.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, of course, the Chosen, they won the game. They got 11 points on the board, and that is huge for them. We didn't see that much coming up from them yesterday, and we were wondering, are they going to show up today or not? It took 1 game, it took 2 games. Now they're finally showing up. 18 points on the board. Yesterday, we saw them in 6 games getting 25 points. This is almost catching up to that in just 1 game alone. And that is mostly from winning the game, of course. Now we want to see a little bit more eliminations when it comes to the Chosen.
Yeah, for sure. And also, what I really love to see, it kind of was the throwbacks that we saw from Knights from their insane week in the qualifiers in the league plays, where they had like 233 points in something like 12 games. Absolutely insane. And that's where we know that these teams are capable of course. But the beautiful thing is that they're able to do it against the other champions of the other regions, dominate the sub-regions once it comes here to the Americas Championship.
Yeah, and I think right here, I mean, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. I think what Chico was able to do, the aggressiveness that he was able to put up for the game, the rotations as well as Frost, you were able to mention that when we were watching the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him there taking that 1v4 against Iron Souls. By that time, Coops has already gone into the next circle and was holding down a position. But Chico being able to do that 1v4, then rotate into Coops, that is so huge. He had to pass 2 free teams on the way as well. But here we go, top damage dealers. Of course, it's going to be Knights on the top.
Yeah, I love to see Knights up there, but it's super heavy in terms of all of our damage here. It's we see 1,500 damage on all the top 4 teams. That's quite insane. Also, have to remember here, Alpha 7, they just had an insane game in game number 1, going back to game number 2, doing well. They're extending their lead right now.
I mean, it is scary if you're up against Alpha 7 right now. In 3 games, they've gotten themselves first, and 3rd. But look at this, though. We're talking about Chico, man. He's going to be the top player here.
Yeah, the 1K club, guess what? You excel at it, Chico, with that 1,414 elims. Come on, man. You're going to tell me that kind of stats don't matter when you're able to do that for your team? This, my boy, and yes, I'm looking at you right now. This is what we want to see out of the players from NA. And I want to see if anything has changed on the overall, because we saw Alpha 7, you just mentioned it perfectly too, Avenger. I mean, they put up a great performance. They are extending that lead.
30 points down to 2nd place, 31 to be exact, Frost. That is insane. If they can continue this, that's going to be nuts. But Knights jumping in there too, also making it extremely close for the top 3. And also XSET kind of jumping in there, making the mid pack, our top pack, kind of close right now.
Yeah, I don't even know. Should we call it mid pack? Because this is so top heavy. But if you look at All Glory Gaming on 4th place down to VIVOKEYD on 8th place, it is only 10 points between them. That is basically nothing. You'll get more than that in just one game.
You can see what this matters to the Chosen as well. Able to put in 18 points are going to make them kind of get back into the game of this. They can now, with one more good game, jump into the top 8, put themselves into the congestion of this.
Once again, though, Born Protocol, they got himself 4 kills in this one. Pretty early on, but I want to see more. I want to see them keep on surviving and getting those kills. It's kind of like they get those early eliminations, but after that, we don't see much more from them. This one, we saw them getting those eliminations. Then it was a little bit passive moving forward, and it wasn't a lot happening until they got taken out.
Yeah, and for me, something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is the last team, Honor Souls. We're almost halfway through the tournament here. You don't want to become the team where teams are going to be able to see where you're landing and be like, oh, you know what? We need some free kills on our side. Let's actually go after them and get those illims, because that could happen. And talking about illims, I actually want to see who's currently in the top damage, because that's going to be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be Alpha 7 there too.
Oh, Red Chico!
Wow.
With the 14-14 jumping in and taking first place and top damage. That is absolutely insane. Still more eliminations on Reyes, though, for us.
Still more eliminations for sure. But again, Chico coming out here and putting up those huge numbers. I hope that he can keep that up, because that's not what you're expecting, right? Yeah. Not from Chico himself, but this is great to see that every player are going to be able on that team to put themselves up there. It's not just going to be one. It's not just going to be Coops himself.
Yeah, and that's so important. You mentioned it yesterday. We always like to mention that too. You want to have depth on that roster. Yes, maybe support is your usual role. Well, guess what? Right now, Coops, we're not really seeing him. We're not seeing some of the other main fraggers out of that team too. So for Chico to step up, it's a huge, huge moment. And talking about Knights, talking about Chico, one of the fights that we actually saw early on, Frost, was Knights and XSET too.
Yeah, that was a huge fight that we saw there. And I mean, the whole thing was, right, this was pretty early on. And we can see here, straight away, it was very aggressive from both sides, trying to get those utilities. That first knockdown, Polo comes in, and straight away, look at the pressure that Knights is putting. It's not from one side that they're going to be pushing. Tensa coming in here from the other side, making sure that there's pressure put from 2 different sides. So XSET, they are kind of just forced to go into one corner of this house and getting picked apart one by one. This is so beautiful to see from Knights. That is play by the book, basically.
Exactly, perfect for them. And also here, the head-to-head, totally. Knights with 1,000 damage is actually not too much of a difference here, though, I want to say. A little bit more eliminations, a little bit more damage, but the way that they executed that, it could really see that they were a clear cut above them there. And also, it ended up being being caught inside the house, and especially when you get pushed onto a compound, you want to make sure that you have more opportunities than just trying to defend one house. They should have been outside. They should have tried to peek. They should have tried to make some aggressive moves. But once you get that first knock, they took advantage of that immediately as a set on Knights, and they executed it perfectly.
That's the thing with Knights. They were basically herding XSET like sheep and just pushing them into one corner until they knew there's nowhere for them to go. We'll just finish them off here.
You're calling Knights the herds?
Ooh.
You're hurting them? Yeah.
Ooh,
perfect.
Okay.
I like that.
All right. Well, you know what? I did end up seeing some DP28s there, and you can get a chance at winning a permanent DP28 skin. All you have to do is just answer the YouTube chat poll. That's all you have to do, and then you get a chance at winning that. I want that. Okay, I'm just gonna keep on saying that over and over again, because maybe if I say it enough, it will actually end up being in my inventory for my account. But I am here, and the game is ready. So you know what? Hot Jukes, Sute, take it away.
Ay, papa! Let's get it going. Yo, permanent skin. That's what I'm talking about, PUBG Mobile. Permanent. Guys, gotta bring it in that chat quick. Hopefully get that dub. But you know what? It's opposite giving the dubs today, man. They are putting up crazy points, Zute. They have a thick lead. Is it gonna get even thicker here in match number 3 as we go back to the homeland of Erangel? Is it?
I mean, we said it before the first match was even played. Hot Jukes.
It is.
Like the top teams, like the consistency, you don't have to only just pop off if you're in the middle of the pack. You gotta pop off extremely hard, because the top teams, they're gonna keep that consistency. They're gonna keep doing what they're doing. And Alpha 7, and also now the Knights popping off, Chico popping off. Oh, the top of the leaderboards is looking extra juicy right now. But what's crazy is the Alpha 7 lead over everyone else. That is just mind-blowing. Like, this is PMPL Americas, okay? This is not like some entry-level tournament where you could just have your way with everyone. This is the Americas, and Alpha 7 is still stretching their lead by that much. But can they hold it down for the rest of the day? That's yet to be seen. But Alpha 7, Knights, oh man, today is looking way, way more exciting than day number 1. And day number 1 was already extremely exciting.
Oh, it was exciting indeed, but I hope you guys are extra excited because here we go. Match number 3 and day number 2 back in Erangel. Look at that beautiful escort there on the bottom. Real Me right on the top there. Monster Energy as well. Man, this is going to be intense. And you know what? I made a mistake earlier, Zute. I made a big mistake, right?
Yeah. What is that?
I said if that was these teams on the bottom, that you should assume that the teams at the top are going to do as good, right? That was a mistake. You should assume that they're going to do better. Honestly.
You're right.
You should assume that they're going to do like way better. Because, I mean, Alpha 7, I mean, they have just popped off here. And I'll tell you, they're one of the most scary teams to see when they start getting pumped up, you know?
Oh, when they're in form? Yeah.
Yeah, so scary. And the thing is like, I think that Alpha 7's biggest weakness in the past, and this is my opinion, their biggest weakness is that they would get super pumped up, they would start going crazy, and then they would get too overconfident. They would start going and doing some frivolous little pushes because they start feeling themselves, and they would get punished for it. I think that those days are over, though. I think those days are over. I think now they've realized it. They are so well honed that regardless of the game, they are going to be popping off at a full level, passive, aggressive, like Vipers on the battlefield. And you know what? Hopefully they can swim because it looks like we got a heck of a water zone here in Erangel.
Yeah, a huge zone shift down to the southeast. Yeah, this is really good for XSET. Now, speaking about XSET, every time the circle has been this way in PMPL North America, XSET has always kind of finished like top 3 or gotten the chicken, right? We've said this time and time again. This is XSET's like area. They just know all the best locations and the angles and the splits to hold. But now that we're in the Americas, we'll see how XSET does with a zone like this. Alpha 7 landing all the way to the northwest George Pool. Game 1, they started off in military base, or Novo. So Alpha 7, this team is very well diverse in their drop locations and various strategies depending on the plane path. This Alpha 7 team, I absolutely love the fact that they have 2 different drops for Erangel. Just goes to show, like, they're not a one-trick pony, right? It's not like they have to have one certain area that they're comfortable with. They could drop anywhere, and they could still close out games.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, it's really what you see from, you know, a top 3 squad is the ability to just adapt, right? Just being able to pull out different strategies, different plays when you need to. And Alpha 7, they're one of those squads. I mean, they've been playing together, like especially that core 3 has played together for years, and not just together, like in general, at the highest level. So, you know, it's so hard for new teams to play with the big boys here because they're just so well honed. You have to do something so ridiculously special to even get a chance to play with these guys, let alone try to beat them. Because, man, when these guys are on form, I mean, this is just business as usual. This is what they do. Buluc Chabtan,
Buluc. Oh,
not throwing.
Not a good start. Yeah,
Not a
they're
throwing.
slipping. They were first place coming into today. We were saying that's a confidence booster. But I guess it could work the opposite, right? Like, it could give the teams not in first place even more drive, like Alpha 7, to overtake you.
I like that little jump into that buggy there from Chief. Yeah, I guarantee you, Alpha 7, what do you think Alpha 7's saying the second they saw that elimination?
At this point, I don't think Alpha 7 thinks anything. Like, they're gonna just keep it in check. Like, you know, just a simple Buluc Chabtan 3. All right. So if we fight them, we know they're 3. Like, I mean, I feel like their lead at this point has gotten like, not just their lead, their confidence has gotten to a point where it's like, it does not matter what happens everywhere else on the map. They will just do their own thing and just run away with it. Like, they'll keep track of who goes down and stuff simply for the pure matter of fact of when they get into engagement, they'll know the numbers. But that's about it.
I don't know. I think Alpha 7, the second they saw that finish on the Buluc Chabtan, they were just like, you know? Just with the good old chuckle, because it's going to be even tougher. It's going to be even tougher for them to even get a chance at catching up. I mean, they have such a thick lead right now, and they're one of those squads that's just not going to give it up easy. You know, it's like I can't say it over and over again, right? I mean, we're long past the days of a team saying like, oh, all they got to do is keep it up. No, they're gonna keep it up, you know? It's not going to just all of a sudden just have a really, really bad day. It's not, it ain't like that no more. It ain't like that.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. I see your point, Hot Jukes, but I still like to imagine Alpha 7 as hitting God mode right now, and they're just above everyone else, and they simply do not care. Like, they see everyone else playing right now as numbers to keep track of. There is no particular team that worries them more than anyone else because they are just above it all. But we'll see how this game goes. We'll see by the end of the day where Alpha 7 stands. They got a long way to go to rotate in this zone. This zone far to the southeast. Alpha 7 looting North George Pole and the northwest. Many teams already starting to fill in towards the center. Yeah, perfect timing for that map to pop up. We got Buluc, we got Boring Protocol, we got TC, Knights, XSET, Nova, all filling in into the center area of the zone.
Looks like this is like completely controlled by North America here. That's all the North NA squads, literally, just in this spot alone. And looks like the Chosen do get caught by Coops, the legend himself. Honestly, this shelter position, my favorite area for this type of circle. It's just so good. So much control, so much vision, and you're just so well poised to just pop off here. You can see the rest of the members of the Chosen. They're gonna try and go underneath and try and run to their teammate here. That's what I'm assuming we're seeing from Oppa. But here come the rest of the Knights. I mean, they're going to start hunting him down. It's so difficult, though, to battle at the bottom of shelter because you just know they're holding angles and they're just waiting for you. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Chosen just, like, stay there for, like, the rest of the game if they can.
Also, the bottom of shelter is probably the one area out of all three maps that we play competitively that teams might not know like the back of their hand, like which nooks and crannies there are down there. Like we don't see team fights happen down there like ever. No one wants to put themselves in that position. So the Knights, like you said, I don't think they're gonna go ahead and chase down the last two. TC will just probably be stuck in there. Plus, with the zone closing, the Knights will most likely have to move to another location very soon or do some scouting elsewhere because we have no idea where the circle's going to go. We have a lot of teams still yet to rotate in, Alpha 7 being one of them. But that is perfect for Alpha 7. I think on Miramar, we also saw they just edged their way in. Like, they just fight in from the edge, and they, you know, take care of teams along the way, pick up all those insane amount of eliminations, and then if they get to the late game and one zone shift is just too difficult, well, hey, they've already picked up, like, maybe double-digit in points just from eliminations alone.
Love to see Alpha 7, you know, just bring in that respeto, you know, that respect to the rest of these teams. I mean, look at their rotation here. They are so far north. A lot of other Geno squads, you can see them kind of send it in viciously because they can feel themselves, but they realize, like, hey, you know what? Any one of these teams could take us out if we slip up, no matter how good we are, especially when it comes to vehicle rotation. So just really wide shift all the way in the blue zone. They're going to go all the way around Yasnaya and then start edging in towards that prison side. I mean, just playing it super safe. I mean, this is why we see this team at the top. Look at this. They're going to go all the way around, guaranteed.
Yeah. They have their rotations planned out to the T.
Yeah, look, even INTZ cut in. Yeah, INTZ cut in, but Alpha 7 just showing that, hey, you know what? We're not even going to take that risk. Oh, wow. All right. All right.
I hear you on that.
This is going to be a fun one. right? Yeah, right. That's exactly what these players are thinking, right? Just,
I felt that one.
What are you gonna do, man? This is going to be a fun one here. Look at the shift, the great migration from the rest of these squads.
Man.
Just full setting it in. I mean, it's you can't even tell which team is which. Like they're all on top of each other. Oh, I wish you could pull up the map feed right now. Look at this. Oh goodness, it is ridiculous there on that bottom right side.
Goodness gracious. This is the second circle, but it may as well be the fourth because the landmass is just almost like a 50-50 with the water. So, I mean, these teams are definitely full sending it in. There's going to be a lot of scrappy fights here as Nova, you know, catches one of the XSET. Look at XSET. They were so split up, but I can't even blame them because, like, no one expects the circle to go down that way. So they're having a tough time regrouping. They do have 1 elimination points. Koi is gone from the Nova side. J7 in it.
Nice nade.
Nade engagement. Oh, Shifan goes down to Polo G, though, so Polo G able to help out J7 now. Nova down to 2. J7 in that 1v2 situation right now.
He has to win this. Like, they really have to win this right now. For Nova, they have to take on J7. Here they come as the full send, but they know where they're holding. Yeah, J7 getting the reload off. Gets one. Oh, might get the double. And he does. J7 shutting down Nova. That is how you get it done right there. XSET getting taken out by the brothers Knights, you know, in the last match, and then they take out. Wow, I mean, what a beautiful, beautiful play there from J7. Huge.
Yeah, Nova's definitely slipping down right now. They gotta win their fights. I think one thing Nova was always weak at was just those close range fights. ATON taking a fight with Loop's long range. This is on the southeastern side of the map, which is pretty much center of the circle if you want to contribute the water mass in here. ATON gets the opening, and I think they want to take this push, but with them being so centered, they're still worried about getting third party from behind. And there is XSET right there on the bottom left of that map coming in from behind. So ATON does have to be careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They're going to have to play this one very, very careful. So they are in a great position, and they are going to have that kind of mountainside there. But what are they going to get done? That's the thing. They have to play that one, like you mentioned, very, very carefully. Loops is creeping up on them here. And let me ask you this. If you're Loops, you're ATON. Are you going to take this engagement to control this whole side, or you just play it safe? I mean, personally, I think I'm just sticking where I'm at.
Yeah, you just stick to where you're at. It's so risky. Yeah, this area of the map isn't like a clear engagement either. Like if zones ended around here all the time, you would know the intricacies of a team fight like a 4v4 here. But with this area of the map, not like super well played out, there's always a chance of getting caught from some other angle. And with the zone shifting, at this point, you may as well wait to see where the circle shifts. XSET continuing to hold a nice split right there. But we'll see where the circle goes just in a second. Hot Jukes and...
My goodness.
Gee.
Centered on up. Wow. Okay. Ton of water in this one. It's basically half a water zone, so that means that there's half the real estate in this next zone. So the rest of the teams really need to push this instantly. If you take a look at this replay, yeah, it's J7, man. J7. Beautiful. Nice knock there. Doesn't even reload. Gets it. Doesn't crouch. Nothing. Just beautifully executed, eliminating Nova. And look at this Influence Rage pushing up onto the Knights. And it looks like they caught him on the ejection. Oh, beautiful shot there from Tensa. Right through the window. Are they going to come back?
Oh, yeah. Take this fight. I want to see them.
Oh, nice nade.
That momentum. Xenox, yeah, does get chunked by that nade, though. Tensa's still full HP. The rest of the Knights, I can't even see where they are on the minimap. There's so many players still up. Chico gets knocked. Coops gets knocked. Oh, they got third party coming in? Or was it Influence Rage? It's a 2v2.
Can Tensa get it done? Xenox as well. One of the best CQC players in the game, in my opinion. Law, though, with a beautiful pre-fire. They know where he's at. Yeah, nothing he can do. Here it comes to the backside, though. It's Tensa.
Oh.
Can't get it done. So I think a little bit of a slip up there from the Knights. It is Influence Rage that get the better of them.
Yeah, I think Chico and Coops were forced into rotating into that fight in an unfavorable way. Like they weren't ready for it. So that little lapse of communication or push ended up with them two getting knocked for free pretty much. Alpha 7, meanwhile, on the other hand, still looking strong. No eliminations yet, which is kind of surprising. But they got 4 players up, and well, they're looking at loops to start padding those elimination points for this game.
Whoo, yes indeed. Yes indeed. XSET, they have 4 eliminations to their name. They're in 5th place here, so they're looking to really, really step up on this one here. Yeah, you can see right now, most Elands, this could be J7 with that 3-piece onto Nova. That was really nice. Loops on the beach with their feet up, man. Cocktail in hand. They are not moving a muscle, but you know what? They have to put it down because here comes Alpha 7.
That is an iconic image to hang up on your wall. Loops just cowering down there beneath the rock edges with Alpha 7 peeking over the top, looking for them. Like, I mean, they don't even know it's Alpha 7, but they could feel it. They could feel the pressure out of this Alpha 7 team. But this is tricky, though. I'm not saying Alpha 7 has a clear win here just yet, though.
Boyko, it's going to have the angle. Oh, Revo, though. Beautiful angle here. And, oh, nice trade back and forth. And you got with a beautiful angle. Can he catch the Revo, though? That's going to be the big question. It's just looks like it's just him up. They're going to have to full send it here at this point. Chief, though, so nervous. They did get the finish onto Carrillo, so they do know it is Alpha 7. And so you're going to see a little bit of a hesitation here from Lutz trying to get this reset.
Revo could still do it. Swagween is not involved in the fight. He's actually trying to hold off a different angle. He needs to just join this one and commit. I think that is probably the downfall of Alpha 7. They feel like each individual player can do a little bit too much sometimes. And you can see here, Swagween now realizes, okay, that fight, they do actually need me involved, but I don't think he could go over. Next circle has shifted once again, and water is still in play. It is a 50-50.
Wow.
This zone, this is one chaotic Erangel game about to
toxic
on your screen.
Toxic finish. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some people just drive into the water and try to get some placement points. It might not be a bad idea here at this point, but it's going to be easier said than done because we got so many players on the beach just waiting to see that happen. And you can see here, XSET trying to get the reset onto Jay. They do throw out the smokes. VIVOKEYD is going to be continuing applying that pressure as they are trying to get into the zone. Yeah, you can see Polo still on the outside trying to make something happen and just scouting out. How are we going to get into this next zone? That's the question for them. Kill Switches already has it secured.
Yeah, XSET in a very forward position with Kill Switch. I think XSET are holding 3 players back, though, to just put out pressure from behind, force everyone all the way around before grouping up together, which is a nice play. Alpha 7 still in the game with 3 up. They did lose Carrillo, like you mentioned. Honored Souls, this could be a game for them to catch up a little bit as they do have themselves a nice position. Mafioso tears one player out of that vehicle. Ooh. Really nice shots.
Wow. I mean, I'm telling you, these guys do not miss, especially when it comes to vehicle rotations. Yeah, look at this. Cardozin heading straight into the water and gets popped instantly by Fran from ATON. So ATON, they are in a very good position here. They're in 9th place, so this could be a big come-up game for them. Look at this on the down south. You guys can't see it on the map, but Mezexis full swimming down there as well. But look at this. Woo. I mean, Swageen is just a monster with that DP28.
You know, you wouldn't even believe me if I told you Loops actually, took down one of Alpha 7 earlier. Because that just looked like Alpha 7 dominance. It does not look like Alpha 7's phased at all. You took down one of our players, we will just rip you apart on the next shift. Jeez, Alpha 7 looking good. ATON also looking good, though, like you mentioned, with 4 players still up. They're in a nice position and probably will get a few other zones. Revo does get knocked down. I don't think he'll be able to get revived. You see Swagin, he's going to make a smoke path to maybe go over. But this zone to the northwest, we still got 3 teams fighting their way into circle.
Oh, no.
The buggy.
Yeah, the buggy spinning out at the worst time. And there goes Swagin with that beautiful DP28 bursting. Just applying some pressure onto ATON. He's licking his lips. He's like, I want that spot. I want it bad. But Lucky, he's got something to say, trying to defend it for now. And it does look like they are applying that pressure. He's in a great position here.
Yeah, he could head on a swivel right now. Boring Protocol, here's that northwestern position. Boring Protocol needs to push in. That's a knock onto the Overwatch. Jay, though, on the defense. Oh, can he get Acer? Does he know Acer has crawled in? He's spraying, but bullets aren't connecting. There, Acer gets off the mat, and Acer with the Vector. That first aid came in at the last second, and Boring Protocol will take down XSET and try and make it in the zone. The zone has shifted to the southeast onto ATON. And ATON still has 4 players still up.
What an insane heads-up play right there. Oh my goodness. Gets the meds, gets the gun out, and is able to get the finish there. Keep Boring Protocol alive in this one. They do get the reset onto Carnage. The zone is closing, though, here in the next 4 seconds. And you can see here, this circle is so difficult. It's going to be so tough to get in here. I think they need to pass off all their meds if they have any and just put somebody in the back for now, because getting on this one, good luck. You might catch this third party, though, because Honored Souls is going to take on Influence Rage. So they may have a chance to catch them if they time it perfectly. Yeah, here they come.
Zone is starting to shrink in ever so slowly. You see teams a little bit hesitant to make a hard rotation because, like, they don't know where to go here. This is a very unfamiliar circle for many teams. All Glory Gaming try and work their way in. And I like what they're doing. They're just going to take the elimination points on the way in. No full sends needed because it's like just all open fields at this point. And either that, you go into the water.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I mean, the water doesn't sound so bad right now with all these squads holding the positions where they're at. Honored Souls, you know, able to edge in little by little. Here comes Boring Protocol, full sending it onto the hill, and they're taking on All Glory Gaming. They actually did get the spot, too, so a huge break for Boring Protocol here. Ooh. As they secured it right on time. 4 elims to their name, and All Glory Gaming just only 2 members up. Erangel gonna have to try and create a little bit of a smoke wall. Same thing to happen here. INTZ is super split as well. Boring Protocol can capitalize on this if they can.
Carnage does go down. Boring Protocol pouring down to 2. INTZ locked into a nade fight, and ooh,
nice.
Arago gets that one. Beautiful grenade. But they still have Boring Protocol right next to them. Boring Protocol looking to come in with the grenades now, firing that UMP. Samuel gets tagged just a little bit, but that gives away the position, so Samuel immediately primes that grenade. This one should connect. This one can't miss.
Dang!
Samuel with the 3-pointer.
Here you go, Sam. Back to back. He's on fire.
Oh.
Get him out of here, Sam! Woo! With the laser grenade. Boring Protocol clutching it up here towards the end, and then now, here's that battle I was talking about earlier. Influence Rage and Honored Souls are getting into it. The zone does shift hard away from both of them. 35 seconds left on the clock. They have to get this finished quick, and they got to get going now.
Oh, they're burning. They're burning, and they're not burning in a good way. Influence Rage. This should be a push, yeah. You said it. They need to finish this quick. Federal pushing on up with his teammate. Oh, nice grenade to, you know, push back.
We're out.
Influence Rage a little bit. And zone closing, 15 seconds. They don't have any, they need a nice utility to take these players out. They can't, oh, there we go. That's what I was talking about. Little boy. 4-2, 1 for 2. Swagween still a lot. Oh, more grenades. Oh, that's gonna connect. Oh,
he felt
it. A little bit short.
And he's running away. All Glory Gaming, get it done. Alpha 7, out of there. So they did get 5 eliminations there, so they did put up some points consistently. But right now, it's Boring Protocol's time to shine. They're in a really good spot here, and they see a lot of players out in the open. Here comes Acer, trying to pick up some more eliminations and, you know, poke at Influence Rage on this really difficult rotation. Yeah, you can see them. Oh, Mezexis, still in the water. We got a whole bunch of swimmers in there, and I can't blame them.
You know, Mezexis swam from military base to this
Got him.
position. Just throw it out there. They've been swimming for quite a while. Oh, here's that grenade. Oh, hey, beautiful. Man, the util, the grenades. We have not seen this many back-to-back grenade hits in a while. The skill level is up. Influence, though, he goes down. into the water. Still could get revived though. And taking a look at how many players are up. Golden Eagles still have 4. They're controlling the north side. ATON Esports controlling the south side with 4. Just farming these elimination points.
Everybody's just going fishing at this point. Look at the influence rage. They had no choice. Not a bad position for them to be in. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go out to the blue and just deny other teams from the points. Here comes Boring Protocol, having to hold it on to Boring Eagles. This has been a battle going back and forth between the two. Acer does get taken down, and down goes Sam. So it is the Golden Eagles gonna secure this insane position. Looks like, Boring Protocol waited just a little too long and allowed Golden Eagles to get a full reset and take them out. Now it's really between ATON and Golden Eagles. I don't think...
Oh.
You think Milos actually went... I don't think he meant to fall down there. Yeah.
Yeah. He takes himself out of the fight with Golden Eagles. I mean, I don't think the zone is going to shift in a way where it forces Golden Eagles to fight the players down below. Like, even if it shifts to ATON, they just take the high ground and they're clear. And the circle does shift towards the southeast right there. So everybody kind of has to make somewhat of an adjustment. But this should be a win for Golden Eagles.
Oh, yeah, that's a shift there. You can see Choco does get taken out here. Well, actually, he is up for now. And yeah, he does get taken out. Yeah, we saw that, that rotation. I saw that coming from a mile away. And he's going to go down to the bottom. Can he get it going? And here comes Golden Eagles. I'm assuming they're going to go ahead and make a nice little rotation to secure that spot because they know nobody's there. And yeah, it's exactly what they're doing. They got the smokes. They are set up, primed and ready. And this is like Boring Protocol, right? If they were able to take out Golden Eagles here, this would have been their chicken dinner.
Yeah. That would have been tough task, 2v4 though.
But I mean, what can the rest of these players do? They can't do anything with this position. The zone. I mean, it's technically 3v. It would have been a 3v4 because of the blue zone. Papa Blue is just waiting.
Influence Rage though, I think they're gonna secure themselves a second place finish. Federal actually climbs up and he's the one to take it down. Federal, the only one up for Influence Rage. The rest of the players not able to climb up. So this should be a good, clean win for Golden Eagles. But it's kind of a comeback for Influence Rage too. They're a team that, was talked about quite a bit, and they were starting to fall down in the leaderboards. This game will kind of give them a little bit of a bump up. And Golden Eagles, this is a big game for them to start climbing back up the rankings.
Yeah, and you can see the Golden Eagles, I mean, in true Eagle fashion, just going fishing here. Trying to catch some fish in the water, that is. Influence Rage. Oh, dove on in. Oh, did he get in a vehicle to try and get on the rock? That would have been nuts.
I think so. I mean, the vehicle definitely hit the rock. It collided in. Ratchet trying to look. They got the revive. Imagine getting the revive to just swim into the blue to deny.
Blue zone.
That is exactly what he did.
Yep.
They're denying the points.
Beautifully done. Honestly, it's the play. It's the play.
Yeah.
You got second position. Don't give them any benefit of the doubt. Don't give them those 2 placement points. Even though Golden Eagles is in 10th place prior to this one, don't want to take any risks. Great game there from the Golden Eagles.
Golden Eagles with a nice chicken right there. I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't just start spamming the water super hard when they saw one of the players, go out to the blue zone on purpose. At that point, it's like, you should realize they're not going to give us these points. We should just throw grenades, spam the water, maybe get some lucky shots in and pick up the point. But still, they got to win. So that's huge for Golden Eagles.
Yeah, big one. And this is what I saw about those teams in that bottom mid stage. Like, this is the time, right, to really just put up some big games, try to put yourself in position here for these next couple of days, because at the end of this one, half this tournament's done for. And you look at squads like Alpha 7 creating such a massive point gap. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Oh, look at that. Looks like we have a GP28 skin winner there at the bottom. So I'll talk about, that's why you guys got to pay attention to the chat.
Permanent skin.
Permanent.
Yeah, you win that, you keep it forever. That's what permanent means, guys. So make sure you do enter in on that poll. I mean, we keep talking about it, but it's just because, there's been a lot of skins that were, temporary skins where you enjoy it for, a week, but now you enjoy it for as long as you want.
Yeah, that's what I'll talk about. I hope you guys keep on enjoying this wonderful, amazing tournament. That's going to be it for me and Zute here today. But we still got 3 more left to go. We'll catch you guys right after this break. Yeah.
tem a pontuação de time, mas digo, o Start Track ele revela algumas coisas bacanas.
Sim.
Porque no domingo dos League Days...
PMPL Latinoamérica, la temporada número 3. Fernán se lleva a Sohan, mucho cuidado, sale también otro. Y cuéntame, Corsario, ¿qué tenemos?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL Americas Championship. Once again, my name is Sunworld's Gaming, alongside with Frost and Avenger. A little quick, before we talk about that amazing game, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for this championship. What a match! I know you want to especially call something out, Frost.
No. Well, okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, we're gonna go all the way to the end right now, and we're gonna talk about ATON and what happened. They had their win in their hands. It was within grasp there, but they somehow lost it. If you have that circle on you like that, you have that position that they have, you shouldn't be able to lose that game. But somehow they lost a player time after time. It just kept on getting knocked, and they lost one after another, and they just lost that game.
Yeah, it was super unfortunate. But Golden Eagles able to step it up with 6 eliminations, 21 points. Influence Rage also had a lot of eliminations. They had 9, which means they're tying Golden Eagles on the 21-point marker there. Good for them. Good for Golden Eagles to step it up finally, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game from Golden Eagles. They were playing very passively. We saw them on the northeastern side of that circle there, and basically just taking the time. They know, all right, we don't want to dive straight into this. This is what everybody's going to do. A lot of teams are going to already dive into the water. And because of that, we know that it's going to be a lot of free space here on land itself. We have a good place to play from. We're inside the next circle, so let's not rush things. Let's just stay up here and win the game.
And of course, Buluc Chabtan and Knight being down here means that it opens up kind of in the top. There's a lot of other teams that's going to have the opportunity to jump into that. Overall, crazy. Also, J7 here from XSET able to clutch it out versus Novak. Great to see. But this circle in general, I want to say it is such a rough circle to play. There is so little playable space with the water, and the way that they're able to clutch it out. We saw some of the games yesterday as well where they were playing around. There's on Sanhok, of course, but they were playing around these rocks, being able to set themselves up for the win and play around it. But it's so hard when you're trying to run in this open area towards those rocks.
One of the teams that was able to take a bit of advantage of that crazy circle was Mezexis. We saw them being in Novo, and then they were able to take advantage when everybody was fighting, just go start swimming.
Yeah, they started swimming pretty late. I mean, they stayed there in Novo basically the whole game until they were forced by the circle to move. So they didn't get themselves any eliminations at all, but they got themselves a few placement points, and that's better than nothing, especially on a game like this, because it's so hard to get those points on the board.
You know what I would love to see from the Mezexis, though? I would love to see them send 3 members over towards the rocks early on and then leave 1 player behind in Novo to scout for for them and then set themselves up. That would have potentially been able to get out of the water and then fight rather than swimming for later. Let's take a look at this, though. ATON with nearly 2,000 damage in this game.
Yeah, they had a lot of teams they were defending themselves against. And one of those big teams, of course, it was Influence Rage next to them there. And the team that took them out in the end there. Now, I mean, Federal as well. We saw him drop down, but he managed to get back up there somehow. I'm not really sure which route he took, but he managed to get up there, and that was huge because that got them that second place because of it.
Yeah, for sure. And also here, some damage eliminations from, especially from Influence Rage. Both Little Boy and Federal had a fantastic one, but Ferrum, though, did extremely well from Golden Eagles.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it. When we were looking at the match ranking, we saw Knights and some of those teams being on that second page. So once we look at the overall, there's going to be a lot changing. Earlier, we saw Buluc Chabtan and Knights fighting for that second place. It's still going to be like, Influence Rage wanting to catch up to Alpha 7.
All right. Two big names, huge names from the Brazilian region coming in the top there. What do you think about that, Seven?
I mean, for that one, listen. Don't get me started, okay? We still have at least 2 NA teams there.
We have Buluc Chabtan there in third, and then Knights and XSET close. It's a close fight there from second place all the way down to 8th. But look at ATON and Golden Eagles here with that last game for us.
Yeah, exactly. They're all the way towards the top there. They're in the congestion of the top pack, and you have Golden Eagles there as well. I mean, in this top here, itself, you have 4 teams from LATAM right now that is up here fighting for the top spots. And it's great to see a region that maybe people have been looking down a little bit and saying, okay, this is maybe a little bit of a weaker region. But they're here to show big time right now. They're here to tell you another story, and that is that, hey, we belong towards the top.
Exactly. And Boring Protocol with a great game again. They've really stepped it up. We talked a bit about it once we started with 60 points now, just 9 points away from the top 8.
Yeah, huge difference from what we saw yesterday to today. And if you didn't get to watch day 1 yesterday, let's watch PMPL together, because when we hit the milestones across Americas on our official channels and watch parties, you'll get a chance to redeem these prizes right here. And if we do hit those milestones, you're going to be able to claim them in the in-game event center from May 30th through June 1st. And not just that, you also get a chance to win a Google giveaway gift card. And all you have to do is just pretty much answer the YouTube chat poll. Super easy stuff. You don't really have to go sign up to anything. Just answer that poll. We have answered like at least one time. You know what? We're just going to stick to one time because we don't want to catch anything from anybody out there. I am hearing, though, the game is ready. My favorite map is going to be coming up, Sanhok. So you know what? Span Cargo, Necro, take it away.
Thank you so much, Seven. I am actually so excited going on ahead, getting into this, because the first 3 matches, Necro, were insane, to say the least. And now, Seven said it himself, our favorite map is coming up, at least his and mine. Sanhok. Sanhok, where everything is super aggressive.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like not just there, Sanhok has to be everybody's favorite map in general, because, again, the aggression is pretty much going to be amped up. And talking about aggression, man, I don't know what's going on with Buluc Chabtan today, because yesterday, the way they were playing is nowhere near to the way they're playing today. So I do want to see teams like Buluc Chabtan as well finally wake up, as we do have 3 more games to go. But I'm not going to lie, I'm really impressed with the way how Chico has been playing today.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that 1v4 earlier, like, disgusting. I mean, Knights clearly went on ahead, came back with a mission today. They ended up doing well, which a lot of people were hoping for them to do that. And now they're in that 4th place position as of right now that we just saw. Coming into Sanhok, I'm kind of curious if they're going to be able to can carry that momentum that they've clearly been gathering these 3 games so far today. And same with these other teams, actually. One of the main questions that the desk had at the very, very beginning is who's going to go on ahead and do better, especially in these first 3 matches, because after the first 3 matches, which is now, if you're not doing well, they might start questioning whether or not they're going to continue to do well for the entire rest of the event.
I mean, exactly. Makes sense too, right? As you do take a look at the map performance of Sanhok, I mean, Buluc Chabtan, they're definitely doing pretty well too, but VIVOKEYD is one of those teams that is leading pretty heavily in that damage stats. But now again, Sanhok, as we've all been saying, Sanhok also gives a huge chance for the teams that are currently in the bottom as well to go for those met strats and try and just get as many as points as possible. So I feel like Sanhok will give teams like Noah as well a chance to pretty much bounce back and get in top 5.
We'll have to wait and see, but luckily don't have to wait long because we're about to be jumping straight on into the action, everybody. Sanhok is starting, and I mean, Necro, this one is going to be tough because we already said it, it's day 2 of 4 of this event, and if they're not going to go on ahead and grab these points now, these past 3 matches, like, they might not be able to do so. So I'm especially keeping an eye on those teams down towards the bottom. INTZ, Honored Souls, Loops, Mezexis Dreams, The Chosen even. The Chosen, they've gotten a chicken dinner. Where is their consistency? We'll see if they'll be able to continue to carry it through here.
Exactly. Now, today we're here to see the consistency. Now, Chosen, they did get a chicken dinner in Miramar, and that's quite huge in itself. As I've said, the Chosen coming inside Americas, they haven't really been one of those teams that is being heavily watched by a lot of people. So the Chosen coming inside, they're kind of like the underdogs, and they're here to prove something. So I feel like the Chosen, they definitely do have the caliber, but there's just one of those teams that likes to play things really slow and safe. It makes a lot of sense too. The Chosen kind of somehow sometimes they do lack in a lot of confidence, which is understandable. Coming into their shoes, the Chosen, they're not really that confident in their 4-on-4 duels. So the Chosen, I'm going to give them a pass with that one. But Nova is one of those teams that I really wanted to see at least in the top 3 at the start, but that hasn't really been happening. But oh, a drop clash. And this is something I want to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, Pynon, Knights versus XSET, Loops. I mean, XSET kind of up on the northern side might actually come on ahead and bother these 2 teams fighting it out right now inside of Pynon. We'll have to wait and see, but Knights versus Loops, this is going to be tense so far. So far, neither of these teams overstepping to get either side knocked. So that means that this fight might just get delayed a tiny bit, and if you don't get that action started really quickly, it might turn into a stalemate. So it hasn't happened just yet, but we'll have to wait and see. We can see Loops kind of separated at this point, one of them entirely across the water. That might be what's pausing them from making the push onto the Knights, but the Knights, they're all gathered, and you can see them trying to push against where Loops were last seen.
Again, I mean, Loops, they're quite spread out, as you did mention. On the other hand, Knights, they're quite gathered up right next to each other. So for the Knights, it's going to be quite easy for them to provide a little bit of cover fire here and there. As Loops, we do see a little bit of spread. But again, this fight came down to a stalemate. Both these teams are just trying to find a little bit of sneaky knockout at the start, trying to open things up, but neither of these teams are going to let that happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did turn into that stalemate, though. Whenever there's a hot drop like this, and if you just wait a little bit too long, like, everybody doesn't want to move. Nobody wants to move in these situations because they know that if they move just a little bit wrong and get knocked, like, that's going to be the catalyst that starts the big fight, and their team would be at a disadvantage. So that's why everybody at this point is trying to be as careful as possible. But of course, that just means we have to wait. And oh, do you see that mini map? You can see the little orange guy peeking on over. XSET is, in fact, kind of looking on over on top of that mountain. If they don't get started here, I wonder if XSET is going to either leave or maybe they'll come down to see if there's anything to clean up. And that's kind of debating, would that be easier or harder, right? Like, would you rather XSET entirely leave you alone or potentially come through and help you get that fight started?
It's going to be quite tough for XSET to at least get a little bit of piece of that fight. So XSET, again, they will have to think it through, because so far nobody's half hit the deck, so XSET will need to take things as slow as possible. And we talked about this, right? Early game stalemate means you're going to be missing out on quite a lot of stuff. You're going to be missing out on repositioning yourself inside the circle. You're going to be missing out on that loot as well. So you're sacrificing quite a lot of things just for that 4 points initially. But if you do come out on top, then again, you're going to be gifted up with a lot of loot, unless if you're just going to decide to disengage and leave the areas, then the damage will be dealt when it comes to the looting standpoint and also the positioning standpoint. As we do have Mezexis Dreams on our screen and All Glory Gaming in the front. These teams definitely are well aware of what's going on around them. And again, at this point in time, teams that do not really want to go for direct contact.
I mean, All Glory Gaming, they clearly are just like, we're just going to go on ahead and just lay on down inside of our little buildings here. Just ignore the world around us for now, because they're kind of towards the center of this first circle. They don't have anywhere to go, and luckily they're not, because Mezexis Dream will definitely put a stop in their tracks just entirely up above them on their southern side. Meanwhile, we're visiting Painan again. We can still see the XSET. They're kind of looming in the distance. Now that this fight hasn't happened, honestly, I wonder if the best course of action would just be for Loops and Knights to disengage off of this. Otherwise, XSET, they could locate where everybody is and just entirely clean it on up. It does look like Loops, though. All of them are across the water at this point. The bullets have now started to fly just a little bit. No damage so far, though. Instead, a replay boring protocol. Spec starting off with a huge fight there with Golden Eagles. Looks like they're going to be able to flush some of them down, and that's going to be our first blood actually in the game, not this hot shot fight.
Yeah, talk about a fiery start. Boring Protocols really needed that too. 2 players already taken out from the winners of the previous game. Golden Eagles not really having that great of a Sanhok game without a doubt. Now again, as I said, Sanhok gives a lot of opportunities for teams that are even not doing that great. And again, they can try and go for a med strat, but talk about the opening. The opening finally has been found in Knights. Now they're going to have a little bit of smirks on their faces, as now the confirmation will be there too. Trap taking out the game. Loops down to a 3-man squad.
Oh man, and unfortunately they couldn't make any sort of a push happen for the Knights because, you know, they got that knock, they got the flush go through, but where's the rest of Loops? They're not sure. They don't want to go on ahead and just start running willy-nilly in there if they don't know where they all are. Of course, Coops will spot out another member of Loops from that off angle. He was able to make a move towards that bridge and spotted one out. And now the Knights know that they're at the advantage, right? They know that there's only 2 members of Loops left, and that's when a big push is definitely what you should be going for, and that's exactly what they're doing. We can still see XSET up in the distance. Ooh, Cardozen actually up on top of the roof here, in direct sightline of XSET if they're able to spot him out through those trees. This is making me a tiny bit nervous for Loops. Already having to fight against Knights, XSET might just get involved too if they're able to spot him out there on top of that little ledge.
Talk about getting involved. I mean, XSET, they are grouping on up slowly and steadily. Even they don't know how to approach this fight. Loops down to a 2-man squad. Now they're getting approached by the entire pack of Knights. 4 players just charging on you. Definitely now the pressure is going to be on the players of Knights, as Chief is going to be in the front. And he's just waiting for at least one of the players to step inside. So at least Chief will be able to get a little bit of opening that will favor him. And Knights, they're approaching things quite slow and steady. They're taking their time in this approach, but Chief might just find one. Tensa goes down, and now Coops or the rest of the Knight squad is quite unsettled. But still, Knights, they're able to return the favors back, and they're also able to save the fallen teammate.
No way! They allowed one of them to actually get flushed out of here, and this is what we were waiting for! XSET with another knock! That is a huge push coming through. There's only one of them left alive, and XSET, they are full-on pushing Jay, even gun away to make sure he goes faster. Coops, he's barely any HP, and Jay's gonna start tossing in that utility. I mean, we just knew that Loops had no chance, and Knights unfortunately losing one person on that altercation. That is not an ideal situation, and now XSET is making the push happen. Unfortunately, though, it's only Jay that has decided to be aggressive. It does look like he will win against Coops, though. Chico now down the fence line, gets another one through from J7, and now Xenox is the last one alive. He's trying to play up on top of the roof here. He knows where the members of XSET are. Will he be able to at least get one? He tried shooting out some bullets, but unfortunately back into the building he goes. Oh, man. He's going to have to play this perfectly, but XSET is now all pushing into that building, making sure it's at least going to be a 2v1. Xenox, he's going to bring the action to them instead, and because of that, he gets the knock and the flush. Knights making sure that they're at least going to get 5 eliminations off of this before they're taken down. Xenox is not going down without a fight. Now the rest of them are pushing through, and finally, kill switch is there to have the Knights eliminated.
Knights taking care of Xenox. Unfortunately, one of the best CQC players wasn't really able to clutch it out. Had a little opportunity to change things around, but was not really able to deliver it that well. Missed his couple of initial shots, decided to disengage and go back inside the building. And that's where things just completely flipped around. But still, now the damage has been dealt. XSET, they're down to a 3-man squad, but they've also gone 3 elimination points. I would say that's a fair trade. On the other hand,
I'm actually a
Influence
little
Rage.
sad. I feel a little sad here, Necro. I feel like Knights, they shouldn't have allowed Loops to go on ahead and get the flushes onto a couple of their teammates, and I think XSET shouldn't have allowed Knights to get a flush on their down teammate. All of them kind of ended up pausing when it came to pushing into the rooms in those situations with their fallen teammate, where if they just pushed 2 more people inside of that room there, I think they might have been able to save their teammates.
I mean, again, at this point in time, I would say there was just a lot of pressure on Knights, and when you're under a lot of pressure, sometimes your brain just doesn't work to its fullest potential. So sometimes even the best do crack under the pressure, I would say. But All Glory Gaming, they were getting eyed out a while ago. INTZ in the front. INTZ as well had an okay start to the day. An exact start they were looking for, but we talk about consistency, and so far, INTZ, they will need to try and deliver on it. Influence Rage did spot out the players of All Glory Gaming, but now they're trying to find an open angle, and so far, they're not really able to do so.
No, everybody at this point, they're just making sure that they have a spot inside of the zone that they like. INTZ, so far that's up on the northern side of Quarry, right below some other people. AGG, All Glory Gaming, hiding in those compounds that we last saw them out. It does look like INTZ. They do have their eyes on a couple of people. Influence Rage, for example, over there on their western side. If they make a rotation any bit closer, of course, INTZ is going to know about it. I kind of like how they're setting up right now, making sure that they are just up on a tiny bit of a hill so they can see who is around them. Oh, and it looks like being a little bit of a pest, trying to do some damage from far away. A couple other teams outside of the zone. You can see one of them, Buluc Chabtan. I mean, this is a team that I specifically want to watch on this match as well, because you already mentioned it, Necro. They're not doing as well as they have been yesterday in today's matches, but Sanhok is where they really shone yesterday. So this might just be able to be their comeback game.
Again, for a lot of teams, they still need to make this comeback happen. So I've have a lot of names underneath my eyes currently. For example, VIVOKEYD as well. They're one of those teams that did quite okay yesterday in the game of Sanhok, and I want to see them repeat the same thing. I want to see them replicate the same thing as you did. Brought a Buluc Chabtan as well. One of those teams today. They haven't really had a fiery start. And so far, they're currently, if I'm not wrong, in a 3rd spot in the overall ranking. So they're getting caught up slowly and steadily by the teams underneath them. So they're not going to have a lot of cushion to play around with. Or if I would say, just pretty much no cushion to play around with. So Buluc Chabtan, this game has to be a game where they'll need to flip things around.
Yeah, Knights are only 1 point away, so they definitely lost any sort of a lead that they had yesterday. But, I mean, of course, I feel like we're being a little bit picky. We're saying they're not doing as well as yesterday, but because they did so well yesterday, they're still in 3rd spot. And they're still in 3rd overall, you know? So, obviously, if they had a really awesome game yesterday, and today it's not starting off as fast. We know that it's in them. They might just be able to go on ahead, catch up to Influence Rage and Alpha 7 Esports that has now made it above them. Looks like our next zone is going to appear too, and honestly, this is kind of where I expected it to go, just smack in the center, centering just off of Quarry, which is going to be a pretty interesting ending here on Sanhok. I'm loving to see the interactions, especially when it comes to those height differences around that Quarry area. Everybody needs to be careful with where they're going to be moving on in to this next zone, especially as Buluc Chabtan. They're pushing on in, and Golden Eagles are right in the distance.
Golden Eagles, yeah, in the front. But again, Buluc Chabtan, feel like they can still have a free rotation in the front so far because Golden Eagles are quite far away. So that's not really something they will need to try and worry about as long as they're at least making it inside the edge of the zone. Because at this point in time, booking it for the center is not going to be the play. It's way too late for a team like Buluc to do so. But on the other hand, XSET now against the players of Nova. I do see that happening in the kill feed. And Kindness is already being taken out. Nova, another one of those teams, man. I wanted to see them in top 5. But so far, they're nowhere near top 5. They'll still need to try and close the distance as XSET, they have a clear advantage in this fight. Also having a nice high ground to play with. Nova fighting an uphill battle.
Oh man, it looks like Nova definitely has a couple people right above them, being XSET, as you mentioned. I just love the performance from XSET so far, I have to say. I feel like they've been doing so well and everything so far. It just I don't know. I feel like a little bit of an XSET person rep the set, but oh, okay. Well, unfortunately for Burning Protocol, we mentioned that they started off pretty well earlier, being able to at least get a couple eliminations, but unfortunately it looks like one of them's going to fall on Influence Rage. He's being aggressive. If he pushes on over, they only have that tiny little tree to hide behind. So if Influence Rage is able to get even a little bit more of a better angle, they're going to go down. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it, though, being alone by himself.
Yeah, he's all by himself, too. He's being eyed out by 3 of the players of Burning Protocol. He cannot afford this. He needs to play things as safe as possible. I mean, Burning Protocol, they don't really have a best of the spots to play with as well. But it's a 1-on-3, and yep, this is exactly what I was saying. Steps out in the open, and instantly the lifeline will be cut off as Law will be taken out now. Carnage, that's the opportunity the man was waiting for, and finds a perfect one, too. The perfect window to work around with. But look at Lil Boy. He's waiting for them to cross on over. As soon as he spots one of the players out, he will try to spam through the smoke and get the knockout as well. Try to return the favor. Acer now is going to step out of the cover, trying to cross on over. Acer's catching a lot of bullets, and he will be taken down exactly as I said. Lil Boy was just waiting for them to step out of the cover.
On Federal, he's running on over there. They know they got the knock into at least one of them. And if Little Boy is able to continue to hold that angle, Federal might just be able to get one more. Spec, he is way up on top of that hill, though. I doubt he's going to be running down anytime soon because, I mean, Acer, Carnage, they're basically stuck in the spots that they found themselves in. Once you run down that hill, it's hard to get out. And Ooh is right. I was saying I was excited for the terrain, the height differences in this quarry area, and it looks like the game must have hurt me or something. The zone pulling right on over there. We're going to see that come into play.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting zone without a doubt. Golden Eagles in front of us. And currently just trying to move around here and there. Golden Eagles, again, as I said, the winners of the previous game, unfortunately, they haven't really had that great of a start in this game. They can always try and just rely back on the Met strat. But I feel like now it's just way too late to do so. They don't even have that many Mets to play around with, so now they will have to just rat it out throughout the game. As we do have XSET on our screen, and they're going to spot out the players of VIVOKEYD. That's one of the players is pretty much out in the open. Kill Switch wanted to get a fair share of that one, but he wasn't really able to do so as Diego is still knocked out. And they do want to get Diego back up on the feet, so the res now will be stuck on. As XSET, somewhere down line, they want to go for the confirmation, but they're just not sure where the player exactly is positioned. INTZ in front of our screens and Honor Souls. It's a 4-on-4 situation.
Honestly, whoever wins this, though, is going to be set for a long while. This is right up against the entirety of Quarry where this next zone has gone. So if they get this location, they're going to have a direct access into the next zone, basically, from here. So this is going to be a pretty big fight. INTZ trying to utilize their utility to flush out the rest of Honored Souls, but unfortunately not quite being able to catch it so far. You can see him about to toss one more. The bullets flying as well, but they don't quite want around the corner by themselves. I like what they're doing here, setting himself up right outside the door, right in the line of sight where his other teammates might be able to provide himself some support from this, but he's continuing to try and be active. There we go. Now the retreat happens. Now he's inside of a building with his teammate that has a TPS. I would not want to be INTZ in this situation. If they push through that door, they're going to get bopped by that shotgun.
Yeah, they're just going to get straight up blasted by the DBS. And I've been seeing a lot of teams actually just opting out to play with the DBS in the game of Sanhok, and makes a lot of sense too. Sanhok sometimes in the end moments, it does come down to quite a lot of those close quarter engagements, and that's why you really do need. But we have Adrian against Spec, and Spec is just lying prone in the open field, and Spec will be spotted out. Adrian just cutting off his lifeline, as Spec is going to get nailed in the coffin. Burning Protocol taken out in 14th spot. Not really great of a Sanhok game, but it's okay. That's something they can afford, as we do have VIVOKEYD again trying to move on in. Nova is in the front lines. 3 players up for Nova. VIVOKEYD as well. They have 3 players up, but again, the Wall of Death is something that's doing a lot of damage. Diego gets spotted. QZZ finds a little bit of shots on him, but he's not really able to get the knockout flowing.
But there it is. He will be able to catch it eventually here. That means 2 of them are knocked inside of this blue zone. The other one is far outside of the zone. Adrian, I'm not quite sure what he's going to be able to do here. The rest of Nova hoping that they're going to be able to get those confirmations, have to go for the reses, and then figure out a way to get inside of this next zone. It has now shifted, pulling up towards that northwestern side. And honestly, where Mezexis Dreams is, they have a perfect location inside of that compound there that anybody trying to push up from the southern side is going to get spotted and caught out. Otherwise, the XSET, they have the only other access point from that direction. Does look like INTZ ended up doing a lot of damage themselves over on the northern side too.
I would say Mezexis currently has the best spot inside the entire zone, in one of the most controlling spots without a doubt. INTZ, yeah, a lot of damage inflicted onto themselves as Buluc Chabtan, Alien Kids falls down. Maidon is trying to flip things around, but again, Maidon and Boy aren't going to be the 2 players alive for Buluc Chabtan. As Maidon, he's going to decide to fall back from this fight a little bit. As Boy's just being caught out in the blue zone. The Wall of Death this time is not going to show any mercy to any sort of these players, so Boys does not even have a lot of first aids to play around with, and he will finally be knocked out. The Chosen now showing themselves up. The Chosen as well, they're finally in the run. Chosen trying to make it inside the zone as he gets spotted out. Another man falls down from the side of Chosen.
Buluc Chabtan, Golden Eagles, they're both out. The Chosen, you can see them suffering out there inside of that blue zone. All of them at this point, I think, are going to be falling. You can see they're trying to get these last couple of elimination points, but otherwise, the heal strat has started. INTZ, I'm not quite sure how many first aids he has, but this is his last hope. You can see, actually, this is his last first aid even. From this, he's just going to have to try to make a run on in, but I doubt he's going to make it. Hopefully, he'll find some meds on these bodies, but it's slowly becoming too late. Yeah, he knows. At this point, just look to see if he can catch a little bit more damage, but otherwise, he is out of the game. There they go. We're down to 9 teams now left. You can see XSET holding down on the southern side. The zone pulling away from them once again. They have to continue to fight their way in.
And Mezexis Dreams, too, is just stepping out of their comfort zone now. And they're catching a lot of damage, a lot of hurt indeed. A7 against the players off XSET, but no, it's Mezexis Dreams who finds the opening against them. Kill Switch is trying to fight back though, but again, as I said, the Wall of Death is going to be so cruel. It's playing a huge ball sport. XSET will need to respect it though. A7 as well now, they get the free line of sight on the players of XSET. They want to knock out the players of XSET, but again, Polish is knocked out. J7 still is alive in the front, and J7 will need to play things as safe as possible. Swagking spotted out. A7, now they're getting some return fire onto themselves. J7 finally tries to book it inside the zone as All Glory Gaming, they're looking so good so far.
Oh man, and Alpha 7 at 1 HP there. Did you see it? The Chosen will be out of here, but Influence Rage, I don't know if he's quite going to be able to get that last little bit of damage on the Alpha 7 there. And XSET slowly crawling on in from the southern side. A bunch of these teams that were on the south actually have been picked apart from how they were forced to make this rotation. The 2 teams that are still the strongest, arguably, is All Glory Gaming that's been up to the northern side this entire time, and Mezexis Dreams. Influence Rage, though, also does not look too shabby. XSET is finally eliminated after a while, and that's just slowly lowering the amount of people that these guys have to worry about. Only 3 teams, though, are inside these last current circles. Ooh, nice knock.
Oh, and there we go. A7 finally crumbles down as All Glory Gaming. 5 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. 12 players in total. Scratch that, make it 11, and look at All Glory Gaming. Free line of sights. And this is what they're exactly looking for. Mezexis Dreams, they're falling down. As we do have All Glory Gaming against the players of Influence Rage. It's a 3-on-4 situation. All Glory Gaming, they're looking pretty intact. They're looking in sync as Influence Rage. They don't even have the best of the cover to play around with. Just a little rock to play around. Now they'll need to leave the rock and move out in the open. And this time, they're just catching a lot of hurt. Federal just prones out in the open. Try to fight back as much as possible. And now it's all down to the solo survivor of Mezexis Dreams. And he's also being spotted. All Glory Gaming exactly knows where the final man of Mezexis Dreams is.
Oh man, I mean, they know where the last person is, but if you actually look in that top corner there, Necro, there's 3 teams left. There's still somebody out there in the blue zone staying alive for their team, and I have a strong feeling I know who it is, and there we go. The last member of Mezexis Dreams does go out. All Glory Gaming will secure this first place for sure, but first, Koi from Nova is still alive, securing a second place for his team again. In their regions matches, it was always Koi from Nova grabbing these second places for his team with this med strat. So this is nothing new, but it is insane how he's able to do this again and again.
It's like Koi at this point is just the med strat expert. We've been seeing this man in the PMPL North America too, and this man has been pulling this off consistently all the time in the game of Sanhok. And I'm not gonna lie, Nova, I feel like this might just help them quite a lot. Second spot already in this game. That's gonna stack a lot of points for them, for Nova in general. They also had, if I'm not wrong, 1 elimination point to wrap it up. So Nova, a decent ending, if I'm not wrong. They had 13 points in total from that one. So I would say not a bad outing.
Exactly, especially because that was actually a team that you mentioned by name that you wanted to have a good game, and they did, using the strat that they used a lot to get here to this point. So it is a strat, it is something that Koi has definitely perfected at this point, and I'm actually happy that we got to see it at this point as well, because it just goes to show that it is a viable strat, even in America Championships.
I mean, exactly. It makes a lot of sense, too. I mean, if Koi has been doing this, or if he's been able to pull this off so consistently, so well all the time, so you might as well just give it a shot all the time, and that's what Nova are doing. The rest 3 players always inside the zones trying to fight it out, while Koi is just out there gathering up those meds and trying to just pull that med strat off. But I'm not going to lie, all Glory Gaming, the way they played, they showed a lot of patience in the final moments. They knew they had some of the best spots currently inside the zone. They just controlled it, and they knew all they needed to do was just take a deep breath and let everything just happen around them.
Another thing I have to say is, like, while Nova was able to stay alive and get those placement points, we were able to actually see a comparison at the very beginning of each region getting placement points versus elimination points, and NA is just way too low when it comes to eliminations. They're doing decently when it comes to placement points, but taking a look at that overall, we know that it is not enough to stay towards the top of those boards. So I'll be interested to see how they're going to perform in these last 2 matches, but we're going to jump into a break before we get to that.
Realme C35, standout 50 MP, fit-in design.
Sanhok, that's why they are my favorite match. Guys, one question that I do have is, yesterday we got a hot drop with Loops and Knights. Yesterday, Frost, if I'm not mistaken, Loops won. Today was a completely different story.
Today was a different story, and it was turned around. This time was Knight's time to win, so it's 1-1 in terms of that. But, I mean, is it really worth, though? Yes and no, I'd say.
It's 1 game per day. I think it's fine. It's okay. And especially when it goes back and forth, I'm completely okay with it. But the beautiful thing is, what I want to take away is that a lot of the other teams are noticing that this is going on, and then they are prying on it. We saw XSET do that. We saw them play extremely well and get into that Penang situation. But, guys, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard here. 25 points for All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, it's great to see All Glory Gaming stepping up a little bit. We saw them yesterday having some fantastic games when it came to Erangel and Miramar. But when they were on Sanhok, I think they got themselves a 9th place with 4 kills. So this time around, I mean, it's looked way better. 15 points without win and 10 eliminations. 25 points, you know, just easy game for them.
Oh, Frost, my heart breaks.
Don't look in the bottom. Don't look in the bottom.
It's so hard not to. They have a donut.
Don't look down there.
Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I want to say this, though. Extremely well played by Loops here, but I see it again and again, and we're talking about the top teams. They cannot make these mistakes. The teams, they have to push 2 versus 1. You have to force and make sure that you're outnumbering your opponents and not lose players. Here we saw Knights take one of the XM members out early without a refrag opportunity. And we saw it as well in the loop situation. It can't happen on this top level. That you have to make sure that you cannot get knocked and flushed immediately.
All right, I'll tell you why it's not worth for one of the teams to do that hot drop. At least what it looks like currently. Loops is towards the bottom of the leaderboard. We're talking about towards the dead bottom, all the way
pointing on the floor right now.
All the way down there. Meanwhile, you have Knights towards the top. They're above your head, Avenger. So, in that terms, yes, it works out for Knights to do it. It doesn't work out for Loops. Loops, it's not working for them right now. They are playing with Trap. They're not playing with Demeanor, and it's not working out at all.
I mean, I don't think it would even work out for Knights. Yeah, it worked out for them today, right? But it didn't work out for them yesterday. And if they want to push for that first place, I would start thinking of something different.
But guys, let's take a look here at the top damage dealers and eliminations. I will say though, I'm happy to see all Glory Gaming step up to this level here. Good amount of points for them, good amount of damage, XSET also obviously with the fight that we saw early on. Influence rates consistent. I really like what I was seeing for them. Frost and I obviously had the pleasure of following throughout PMPL Brazil, but the top players from this game here. No 1K clubbers, but again, we see a little vibe here. Vero though, jumping in with that first place.
Yeah, one of the big surprises that I'm seeing there too from XSET is gonna be kill switch. Yesterday, I think for the most part, we were seeing it was either Polo G or one of the other players from that team. For them to actually have kill switch, the main fragger, if I'm not mistaken, if I can remember correctly from PMPL NA, that man was just out of the world, out of this world. So hopefully we can start seeing some kind of performances like that, because so far XSET has been awfully quiet. I'll tell you what though, something that has definitely changed for me, it's gonna be between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, because Influence Rage, even though Alpha 7 is maintaining themselves within the top 8, Influence Rage so far has actually gotten better than them every single time so far.
I mean, the thing is, there's a big difference when it comes to the playstyle between these two teams. Alpha 7 is a team that pays a lot more attention to the macro, to the rotations. They put themselves into a good spot to potentially win the game. Influence Rage, you have a little hint in their name itself there. They just go full on blast forward. They just keep on moving forward and shoot everything that moves in their way.
And you know what I love? Right now, what we saw, at least from the previous overall leaderboard, they're in #1 and #2 place. Both strategies work. Your clever, strategic approach with your smart rotations from Alpha 7, and then go out and frag out, get all the eliminations, also work from Influence Rage. So right now, you just see that these two teams are just so good at executing both strategies that it's working for them. And right now, they've been looking extremely well to do so. Coming out of Brazil, 2 teams, we've been following them. And also, of course, Season 2's champions, Alpha 7.
But this is also one of the reasons why Influence Rage is one of the better teams when it comes to Sanhok, because of that aggression itself. The rotation is never gonna work, not on Sanhok, because there you're always gonna have teams trying to just like snake around and stuff like that. But when you Influence Rage, you just press forward and you just keep on shooting everyone and everything in front of you. That's how you're gonna move forward on Sanhok, and that's why they're such a good team there.
Well, you guys are talking about different strategies. You guys are talking about snaking around. We saw what happened yesterday in regards to Sanhok. We saw one of the Nova Esports players, Koi, being able to, I think, end up getting 2,900 damage. I want to see what he got today, okay? I want to see that. Oh, talk about consistency in regards to healing Frost.
Hey, a little bit less damage, a little bit less healing, but you know what? Yesterday, he only got them 10 points. Only that 3rd place. I say only because today, he got that 2nd place, and that is on the money.
It's only a matter of time about when more teams start to also having this approach as well, because they see it's paying off so well. I know it's only 1 map per day, but now Koi has been able to do it consistently back to back. We saw, I believe it was ATON that did it as well. It was Shoko. Tried to do it, but he didn't have as many first aid as Koi.
Oh yeah, just to point out, the left one is yesterday and the right one is today.
Correct, yeah.
Yep, and I mean, earlier we were talking also about Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, how they're trying to close that gap. I want to see that overall. I want to see how much of a close of the gap is currently happening, because this team went from being, I think it was at 1.4.
Look at that.
Look at that right there.
Triple-digit clubbers.
Oh, hold on. We talk about Alpha 7, we talk about Influence Rage, but look on the 3rd place there. All Glory Gaming, they're creeping up there, only 5 points behind Influence Rage right now. And that is pretty huge, because we keep on talking how good Alpha 7 is. We keep on talking how good Influence Rage is. But then you have All Glory Gaming, currently better than all the NA teams as well.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind. We're just talking about that hot drop in Sanhok, right? Remember, Knights at one point was in second place.
Yeah.
Look how much they have dropped off. So it might not work for Loops. It's definitely not going to work for Knights. It's a risk I'm not willing to take.
But it is. They still got themselves 5 points, which is totally fine when it comes to Sanhok. If we move down here, look what we have on 15th place. It's still guys who lost the battle in Sanhok.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's not worth it for sure. But the question is, with only 2 more times Sanhok being played, are they going to leave it? Are they going to defend their right?
They're going to go for it.
I think they're going to go for it because it's 1-1 so far, right? And if they have to go for it, continue to go for it. It's only once a day.
What if it becomes 2-2?
Then
how do they do the tiebreak on that one?
Then it's a tie. They agree to disagree, or they agree to just share Penang through the river.
They gotta continue next season, I guess.
I'm not for peaceful stuff. I want mayhem, okay? So please keep on the hot dropping. You know what you can actually do currently if you're watching on YouTube? Answer the poll on the YouTube chat. That way you can get a chance at winning that amazing DP28. Permanent, that's right. And as the casters earlier were saying, Hot Jukes and Sute, permanent means forever, so you will be able to keep that.
No way.
I love that. The breakdown from Sute is fantastic. I love how he was
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 breakdown.
10 out of 10. And while you're at it, while you're in the game, make sure you also check out the new PMPL 2022 special crates. They're now available, and they're going to be available all the way up until June 12th. So far, before we go into the next one, guys, quick question. Is Buluc Chabtan going to win today? Yes or no?
Yes, it is the Miramar game. It is time.
Yeah, they could be doing it on a Miramar game. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, all right. I thought they were maybe.
We talked about it that they were going to get one game, so it's get to Erangel now. It's Miramar in the last game.
Yeah, no, they're not winning.
It's not this one.
They're not winning this one. I'll take it back.
Let's see.
The last one. All right, Necro, Span Cargo, take it away. I'm excited to see if they're even going to get a chance to win. Buluc Chabtan, come on, please.
Thank you, guys. Maybe not Buluc Chabtan this time. Maybe next one, you guys said. But for this one, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say XSET. Only because, right, at the very beginning, you guys had a cheeky little graphic up there from Maddie that said that this is XSET's map whenever we came to Erangel. And so far today, the last 2 Erangel matches that they've played, they've gotten out in 11th place both times. And to me, that is just unacceptable. So in this one, I'm hoping that XSET will be able to bring it back, going ahead and show that Erangel is their map.
I mean, not just XSET, I feel like North America in general need this map really badly because we saw the top 3. They've been kicked out now, and something needs to be done here. Either Knights or XSET, they'll need to step things up in this game. If they're not going to be able to, then again, we saw how the top 5 is so fragile. One little slip up is going to cost you your entire positioning.
I mean, we just saw from this last match how sensitive, I guess we'll say, the overall leaderboard still is, obviously. It's still a little bit early inside of this event, but, you know, the Knights, they were in that 4th place position, and then they got hot dropped. They won the fight against Loops, but then XSET took them down, and now they've dropped down 2 whole positions, right? Like, that is not a good situation to be in. And so that just really shows that every single match really does matter. You can't go out early. You at least have to try and stay alive until the end fights to be able to maintain your position in the overall leaderboard.
Talk about maintaining the positioning in the overall leaderboards. I mean, so far, Alpha 7, they've been just nailing it down. It seems like they aren't just being challenged anytime soon because, again, teams that are currently right underneath them, for example, All Glory Gaming 2, they're trying to just crawl their way up. But Alpha 7, they're just able to nail that first spot down, and that's what you really need if you're Alpha 7. We do know there's some of the best teams out there, and seeing Alpha 7 up there, I'm not going to lie, I'm really happy for a team like that. But on the other hand, All Glory Gaming, though, this time, this might just be an interesting outing as we do see a little bit of hot drop from the side of the Chosen. And Opa is all the way on top of one of the players of All Glory Gaming. Is he trying to grief his game?
Maybe he's just going to go on ahead and yoink whatever vehicle spawn up there and just drive away. We'll have to wait and see. We're first visiting Yasna, as you can see, though. I mean, Knights, Influence Rage, they've been dropping here together this entire time. Looks like Influence Rage is getting a little bit closer and closer to Knights every once in a while. There you can see one of them right in the middle of Yasnaya Poliana, but we haven't seen that huge big bite come out of them just yet, right? Like, I still don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fight in Yasna Poliana, both these teams do know, man, it's really tough to just find that one player or just to find that one team in general. who's going to come out on top, because again, Yasna Poliana is a huge city. Two teams can easily loot there, so they don't really need to encounter each other as long as they're going to be making their peaceful ways out. And again, if these two best teams do collide against each other, the collision, the impact is going to be quite huge, that both these teams will have a little bit of damage dealt on each side. So you do not really want that early in the game. XSET on our screens, and again, as I said, they've been pushed out of that top 4 spot, so XSET will need to try and fight back from that one. All Glory Gaming, that previous win, it really meant quite a lot for that team.
It really did. Now they've been able to launch themselves all the way up into a position that they could get closer and closer towards the top, right? I mean, they have 102 total points, and the team right above them, Influence Rage, only has 107. Like, they're definitely in the running to be able to even potentially take over that second place position in this map. And then at that point, if you get to those top positions, it's just a point of trying to continue to be consistent with those points every single match, just maintain that position. But this is what we were talking about right away, Necro. We saw Oppa come over here from the Chosen, right on top of Vero from All Glory Gaming, and they're clearly aware of each other. But Oppa, it doesn't look like he wants to budge whatsoever. He's just going to let All Glory Gaming make the push into the open for him, and then he's going to take that fight. I was going to say, for a second there, it looks like he backed up, maybe wasn't going to want to take the bait, but he's still contemplating it. Exactly. Vero, too, is just trying to bait out a little bit of shots, because so far he has no clue where Oppa is. Oppa has the M249 in his hand, so the magazine's going to be quite huge. A little bit of shots missed can be compromised. Oppa not moving much, not moving a little bit of inch as well. He's just staying still. He's just waiting for Vero to just step out of his comfort zone, and currently Vero is just jiggling around obstacles. He does not really want to just step out of the comfort zone. Makes a lot of sense too, because he doesn't exactly know where the player from the Chosen is. Oh man, he really does not want to be taken he's
so
down
paranoid.
here. He is so antsy. Yeah, he knows. Oh, he's waiting. Here comes Rojas. He is waiting for his teammate. Honestly, this is the best choice. Like, if you're a solo and you know that there's another solo here, do not engage in solo-on-solo violence. Just let your teammate come back you up. I wonder if Rojas even is just going to pick him up and they're just going to get out of there. But it looks like he might be doing some scouting with that buggy first before the decision is made. And we're going to see. Oppa's going to see right now if he's going to have to be scared or not. But maybe they're just deciding to get out of here. I mean, honestly, this ruins up here is so big that All Glory Gaming might just not want to even try to, like, witch hunt that solo.
Exactly. I feel like even trying to find that solo player would just be quite troublesome, because so many little nukes and crannies that he can try to just hide in between. And I would say a mature decision from the side of All Glory Gaming. In the top 3. Yeah, in the top 3 too, I would say. They've got a lot of responsibility so far. So All Glory Gaming, even a little bit of a misstep, as I said, will compromise their spot in the top 3. So they cannot really afford any mature decisions or even any sort of just aggressive pushes early off. So All Glory Gaming, again, they're a team that likes to play things as slow as possible at the start, and then in the end, they'll try to wrap up a lot of elimination points. Yep, but I'm glad they didn't go on ahead and lose one person just yet inside of this game. They decided to be careful. You can see the rest of the Chosen are here right in the middle of this map inside of Rozhawk. They have the zone. I guess they just have to go on ahead and wait to see if their teammate, their 4th, is going to be able to catch up to them eventually. As of right now, Oppa is definitely playing a solos game. Like, it is a 1 and a 3 split that they're playing as a 3-man. He's playing as a solo, and only when he finds them will they be considered a 4-man team once again. But they can't wait for him. They need to get towards the center of this first circle, as we see all the teams usually do. So they're just going to go on ahead and make the move immediately. You can see other people in their vehicles now trying to do the same exact thing. Exactly. I mean, so far we haven't really seen any sort of engagements. We could have seen a potential elimination point at the start, but that was not the case. So far, nobody's hitting the deck. All the teams having all 4 players intact. And again, a lot of teams just trying to center on up. That's what majority of the teams do like to do. Some of the teams do like to play in the outskirts, a little bit in the off centers. But the Chosen, yeah, this is something that really caught my eye, and interesting. But it's okay, at least it's safe and sound.
you know, just doing some trick shots, some vehicle flips before getting into the game, you know, just to come down a little bit. It does look like they found themselves that compound right nearby, so they found themselves a place to be able to settle on down. Looks like the Knights found one as well, but that one is usually more of a temporary area so that people can kind of look around, gather their bearings before deciding really where to play. But right now, Chico looks like he's going to be left behind for a little bit longer while Xenox kind of goes up to the northern side, maybe to grab that ball there. But ooh, the first knock finally comes through. A member of INTZ unfortunately finds himself knocked. Oh, pretty far away from his team as well. We'll see if they'll be able to get that res, but I think the team that got him knocked might have moved on, or maybe they're getting in their vehicles right now to kind of go on ahead, go back and see if they can confirm that.
I personally feel like even trying to fight in that spot is going to be so risky because you do see that spot just surrounded by a lot of teams. And if you do want to go for an engagement right there, you're just going to get third-partied by a lot of teams around you. So that has to be one of the most risky fights to actually try and engage in. But it does seem like INTZ, they're getting approached by that squad, and they will need to try and take things as quick as possible. INTZ, unfortunately, getting knocked out in that spot is not something that's going to be affordable for them. But we do see them just sitting in the vehicles, trying to disengage from that fight, trying to just get out as quickly as possible. But the knockout comes again. And this time, it will be an instant confirmation, too. The first elimination is going to be in the hands of Buluc Chabtan, and that's the start they really needed. Another one, too. What is going on? Fernandez just landing some inhuman shots.
You know, maybe Faraz and Erangel are right? Maybe it is Buluc Chabtan's game, even though it's not Miramar. I mean, so far, being able to pick up one, if this bleed out goes through as well, they're going to have 2 eliminations already, and we're only like 9 minutes inside of the game. Nobody else has been taken down at all. And this zone, honestly, barely moved too, so they still have a really good spot inside of this second circle. Almost everybody has now found themselves a spot in this second circle, actually. So this is finally at the point where it's very full, and oh no, they're being so aggressive. They're crashing onto this little building where the INTZ was getting that res to go through, but now only 2 of them at this little building against the man. One of them's instantly going to go down with a huge nade from Ellie and Kid, but one of them is still alive, trying to put up a fight. It looks like he will be able to get a knock back, using that utility to his advantage as well. But we'll have to see if Zero is going to be able to continue to do so. Ellie and Kid, he's trying to find that little push over him, but he's going to prep that nade instead while Boy tries to watch from inside. The rest comes through, but Boy knows exactly where he is. He heard those footsteps. A little bit of a pause for right now, and that's going to allow this res to come through.
Yeah, that's quite a bold rest too, actually, to make that decision as Buluc Chabtan, one of the players all the way in the outskirts. He's also giving the calls away. Elian Kid steps out. He finally gets the confirmation again. Another knockout coming through, and there we go. Another man of INTZ will crumble down as Boy is still alive inside the house. As INTZ, they do have another man all the way in the outskirts, pretty far away from that fight, trying to provide that cover fire. But oh, that shot from the side of Elian Kid. What was that? Oh, he nails it to perfection as well, and a blink of an eye, and the entire I would say, existence is being wiped out.
Oh man, and we can't even talk about that fight because another one is happening. It looks like everybody's just trying to rotate right on top of each other. And now Honored Souls and Boring Protocol, they found themselves both on top of this little potato hill right here. See Carnage trying to lay prone, making sure that he is not visible by the rest of Honored Soul that just drove around him. But the knocks will come through anyway. Carnage has found himself down. You can see Honored Souls using the advantage of that peak, getting the knock on his AML as well. There's only 2 members left for Boring Protocol. We were hoping that last match they were going to be able to kind of step it on back up. They were able to get a couple of eliminations, but already starting off on this match with 2 people left alive, and clearly they know where Acer is.
Oh!
Not a good situation for them. Run over, and God will be able to go ahead and get that knock. 1 is left, and it's Spec. It's not looking good. It is Spec, though. Maybe he'll be able to survive into the late game as a solo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do love how you brought it up. It is Spec, though. We've seen Spec pull off some insane plays in the past, some insane clutches, too. So maybe Spec will be able to pull some miraculous play this time, too. But Honored Souls, I'm not going to lie, the teams in this lobby, if they do mark a spot inside the circle, they're never going to settle for another one because they will either try to fight it out no matter what the outcome is going to be. So I personally just love the way Honored Souls just took away that spot from Boring Protocol, as we do have loops in front of us. in an okay spot so far. Not really one of the best spots currently inside the zone. Actually barely making it as well. And this is the knock that Fernand found on one of the players of INTZ. That last initial bullet just connecting right there. And wow, what a knockout.
I also had to point out how they knew, how Ellie and Kid knew to peek on over there and get that re-knock onto that res. Is Fernand, he was knocked up to the northern side. He was giving that information like, hey, yeah, they're resing now. So if you want to, you know, go on ahead and give a little bit of a cheeky peek, you can go on ahead and do so. And I think that's why he knew exactly where they were and why he could make that peek without knowing that that side was held, you know? So I think Fernand, even though he was knocked up there on the northern side, was able to give his team some really important information in that situation. And now we're a little bit further on into the game and people still driving around trying to find a spot to be able to play out of. The zone has moved once again. It's third circle and ooh, XSET have found themselves right up against Golden Eagles. Jay trying to get the knock out of the vehicle and he gets it, but unfortunately gets torn down himself. XSET, they're gonna have to get that res quickly, or I wonder if the rest of Golden Eagles are gonna push on over and engage.
And Golden Eagles, they're exactly doing so as well. Golden Eagles, for now, they'll need to think for themselves. Those other players did get knocked out, except Jay's knocked out as well. So the favors has been returned so far. Both these teams dealing equal amount of damage on each other. As Potato Hill so far has to be one of the most hotly contested spots. Honor Souls is guarding that one. And it's going to be tough to take it away from Honor Souls. As Golden Eagles, they have already gone a casualty on their side, so they're already finding an uphill battle in this one. It's a 3-on-4 situation, not really affordable if I'm Golden Eagles. I would try to back out from this one to make the most mature decision, and that's what Golden Eagles are exactly doing. Golden Eagles backing out from that dude, realize that fight's not worth it. They will now need to try and settle with something maybe okay.
Maybe okay. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like Glory Gaming, I'm a little bit interested in their position as of right now because they're actually not inside zone from this position, but they can obviously hear the shots around them. They can probably see people around them as well. Trying to figure out the best course of action on how they're going to make a rotation inside the zone, because if they drive right on through, they're going to be visible from both the Dead Knights and Loop, so they might have to make a big roundabout way to get inside this zone. Same with Alpha 7, actually. They decided to make a rotation right onto the edge of the zone, straight into ATON Esports. So we'll see who's going to win on this one. Whoever gets in charge of this, they're going to be in charge of that big road that we know can provide teams a lot of space and cover to play along the entire match. So they're starting it off with some nades, trying to get a couple of damage, and this is what they usually do before the big push happens.
Yeah, a lot of utilities tossed in indeed. Alpha 7 now spotting out Choco all the way in the back. ATON indeed now having a lot of pressure. And A7 isn't one of those teams that you can just straight up challenge a fight against. You will need to have it well thought out, well planned out. On ATON so far, the struggles are being seen too. Look at Alpha 7, they're already trying to be really proactive in this one. Lucky will try to get in the vehicle. Just does not really want anything to do with this fight. He will try to reposition or either disengage from that one. Choco is being spotted out. He's been taking a lot of shots. He's being suppressed in that little shack. Alpha 7. All they want to do is just hold this spot down, but Alpha 7, they will need to move on inside as quick as possible, and ATON is one of those teams that's currently holding him off at bay.
Ooh, nice shots coming through from Loops, trying to do the damage onto All Glory Gaming as they're making that rotation. Looks like they ended up waiting just a little bit too long, and because of that, one of them will get knocked inside of the blue zone. There's no way that they're going to be saved. This is exactly what I was worried about. Loops, Knights holding them out, and now they are barely any HP, making a move right on top of ATON Esports right in front of them. It does look like they'll be able to stop and start healing just a little bit, and maybe the rest of ATON are a little bit too distracted to go take
oh my god.
Because Alpha 7, they have to deal with the big damage, getting a knock onto two of them. Milos is the last one alive.
Exactly, Alpha 7 making it look so easy against the players of ATON, but oh, and they also catch a little bit of return fire. Revo and Mafiosa goes down. ATON trying to get the confirmations flowing, but are they really going to be able to do so? ATON, they also will need to get the fallen man back up, and that has to be the main priority, and ATON doing the wiser option. Carrillo's tacked up quite a bit. Will need to rest. Will need to patch himself up as Mafioso and Revo are still crawling, begging for their lives. As the rest of the A7 team, they cannot even do. They will have to see the teammates just bleed on out. As Swaggy and his ball will now catch a lot of bullets. This time is XSET stepping inside the fray. They want a bit of fair share in this one.
It's only down to Carrillo left for Alpha 7. You can see he's trying to use any sort of utility he has left to stay alive in this one. But there's so many people around him, even XSET coming down from the southern side. Of course, action is happening elsewhere too. Loops, you can see Chief trying to stay alive against Influence Rage, pushing on him from the vehicle, but unfortunately it just does not work out. Loops Esports does go out. Influence Rage now has 6 eliminations so far, and honestly, if they wanted to, they might be able to make a big rotation to this fighting that is happening down to the southern side of this map. Look at all those colors. There's multiple teams in this position, and honestly, it's on Esports making those shots towards XSET that might just save Carrillo's life for a little bit longer.
J7 his HP wasn't even visible at that point. That's how lucky he was to stay alive. All Glory Gaming, 2 players knocked out. You can see all the way in the far fray. ATON not really having one of the most comfortable spots, but they can hold a lot of teams off at bay if they want. That can be pretty much free elimination points. The wall of death is moving in, J7. You better be quick on your feet, and that's what he's trying to do. And he is able to outrun the zone, so at least that's something that's okay. On the other hand, VIVOKEYD as well, we do see them finally getting engaged in one of those battles, as Honor Souls is going to be another one of those teams they will have to pass through. And Honor Soul, they're just putting in a lot of pain and hurt on the players of VIVOKEYD.
Oh my goodness, this blue zone now going so fast from this direction. This is forcing XSET to get closer.
Next circle.
Okay. Yeah, next circle ended up going pretty far away from this situation, but XSET, they can't focus on that just yet. They know that they have to push forward into Nova, and unfortunately for them, they're getting torn down one by one. Does look like Carrillo is finally spotted out as well. He's going to get knocked in out of this match, but XSET might just be able to stay alive. But Nova, honestly, is super split. If XSET are able to kind of condense, get back to each other, they might just be able to start getting on these fights with Nova, but they're super spread, all of them.
Exactly, and on the other hand, on the other side, it's a fight between the Buluc Chabtan and Mezexis Dreams. Both these teams collide against each other, and look at the amount of damage that's being inflicted on the players of Buluc as Boy goes down. Ilian Keats currently in the front line, and is also inflicting a lot of hurt on the players of Mezexis Dreams, and eventually finds a return knock as well, and that's something that buys so much time for the players of Buluc Chabtan to reposition themselves. Fernand on top of the players of Mezexis Dreams now, having a great positioning in this fight. He can try and provide a lot of cover fire, but he also gets spotted in the back lines, and he's catching a lot of hurt now from the back. It's this time VIVOKEYD just inflicting a lot of hurt onto Fernand.
Oh, nice shots coming through from Mezexis Dreams, just instantly putting down one of the members of Buluc Chabtan. You can see that he knows exactly where he is, though. Fernand is going to make sure the Mezexis Dreams won't do any more damage. They are now out of this game, and they can go get that res to go on, but they have a long way to go. No way. Alien Kid actually, I didn't even realize that he got knocked as well. That means that there's only one person really left for them. No, they're out. This is an unfortunate case for them, and that means other people are going to be able to get more points than them. Honored Souls, they have the height advantage against the people below them, doing some more damage to Nova below. XSET will be eliminated as well, and honestly, Honored Souls still being at the main point of this mountain might put them in the best spot there.
I mean, that fight right there against the players of Bob has proven so worth it for the players of Honored Souls. Talk about calculative aggression, and that's what Honored Souls have presented us on the board so far. With 12 elimination points, that's quite a huge number from the side of Honored Souls, and they're even looking to just nail even more bodies to the coffin, as we do have Rhino catching a lot of bullets on himself. Will need to try and just duck his head a little bit right there, but Honored Souls, they're getting eyed out by a lot of teams. Makes a lot of sense too. Potato Hill is currently the most controlling spot in the entire game.
I mean, you can argue, right, that the center is the best spot to be, but also it can be the worst spot because everybody's going to be looking there because they know someone's going to be there.
There we go.
And that means there's going to be all eyes on them. Luckily, I think the zone might have helped them out just a tiny bit there, pulling down to the southern side. That means they don't have the full center anymore. No, it is VIVOKEYD now that has the better position. Honored Souls will continue to be able to have a pretty strong position inside the zone, though. The only unfortunate thing is they have a lot of teams towards their eastern side that they're going to have to deal with before they can try and start aggressing onto VIVOKEYD. So Influence Rage, they're just waiting for their chance to catch out Honored Souls at this point.
Yeah, Influence Rage just always right there, so consistent. And you will need to always watch out from a team like Influence Rage because their even firepower is just so outstanding. You cannot just straight up try to collide against that one, because we do have VIVOKEYD. One of the players gets spotted out. Some blind fire coming in, but no connections found just yet. Honored Souls do realize they're getting eyed at from a lot of teams, and VIVOKEYD currently in one of the best spots inside the entire zone. One of the players from the side of Honored Souls gets knocked out, and they cannot really afford this, and now the goal call is being made from the side of Influence Rage. 3 players charged on in, and that's the exact opening they were looking out for. Federal on our screens. He wants to get the confirmation rolling, but so far he's not able to get any line of sight on the fallen player.
Oh, and you can even see the rest of Honored Souls tried disengaging inside their vehicles, but another one that wasn't able to get far enough will get caught out as well. So there's only 2 Honored Souls members left. While Influence Rage, they're still 3 strong. Of course, they're taking a lot of damage at this point. They're going to have to continue to be careful, especially because that blue zone is closing. The only thing that they have on their side is that they're on the slow close side of this zone. So they do have a little bit more time to take this fight with Honored Souls. They have a really nice ridge there, and you can see that they decided they need to just start sweeping. I mean, what else are they going to do? Continue to wait and let VIVOKEYD go ahead and take some shots at them in the back? So they're going to have to make the sweep around, see if they can catch anybody else out. Looks like one of them will actually be able to secure at least 1 more elimination, and that just leaves 1 member of Influence Rage left. I wasn't really expecting this, and he's still not inside zone. Oh my goodness, but the Chosen! The Chosen coming from the northern side, running into VIVOKEYD. I don't even think they were looking in that direction.
Yeah, it just turns around and slaps him right in the face with the MK14. The damage, of course, is going to be quite huge from that gun. Godfan will need a fresh magazine, and we'll get one too, and Godfan wants to capitalize on that. But he's not going to be able to pressure it even more as VIVOKEYD. They will also get the follow man back up. Celio trying to push on up. Will spot out Godfan, but this time it's the UMB, which will strike in even harder. And Celio will be able to put the final nail in the coffin as the Chosen will wrap it up from that game. And we do have the final 4 teams alive, span 8 players in total remaining. Honored Souls is one of them, and VIVOKEYD, they know these teams have just done the work for VIVOKEYD.
I mean, there's 4 of them left and only 4 other people left, right? So they have to deal with those duo and then 2 solos left. VIVOKEYD, honestly, this is their match. They just have to continue to play this carefully, because the thing is that solos, they're usually so sneaky, right, that VIVOKEYD might not know where they are. They might just be able to stand up and strike right at the worst position for VIVOKEYD. So I'm still a tiny bit worried for them. If they're careful and if they start moving around together, they should be fine. But otherwise, these solos, if they make even a small mistake, they could be picked off one by one. We'll have to wait and see. See VIVOKEYD now trying to run it over, get inside the zone, and start looking for those last couple of people left. They probably know that they have the man advantage, but they also know that they can't just completely overstep and start pushing.
Oh my god. Dude, one of the players from the side of Influence Rage, Kowski, is just all the way on the edge lines, just playing with the blue. There's also the nade cooking up, and this might just find the opening it was looking for. It's going to sail right next to Diego and going to land right on top of Diego as well. Now the knock is there, and that's the exact knock Kowski was looking out for. And as we did talk about this, solos are some of the most sneakiest players alive in the entire game, and they can try and play the spoil sport.
I think that Molotov might have caught him too. Yeah, it does. He's actually out. That secured that elimination for him. Now there's only 3 of them left. And of course, there's still 4 other people left. VIVOKEYD, that's exactly what we were talking about. They can start being picked apart one by one if they're not careful from these solos. And it looks like that duo even, they're just hiding inside of these little sandbag areas. It does look like ATON Esports finally goes out. 100 souls. The duo will spot him out down to the southern side. And now it's down to a 3v2v1. And that duo, they're not budging. They honestly are in a great hidden position. VIVOKEYD does have the height advantage, though. But we'll see. Influence Rage, this is kind of the wild card here.
The trigger discipline on this mat is just absolutely insane. Again, waiting for that right moment to strike. Celio is quite exposed in front of Kowski. And that one little moment where he'll find an opening, and that's all it's gonna take. VIVOKEYD, the spoiler might just be played. The man still holding the trigger in the back. Check your backs, Vivo, because you guys really will need to do so as quick as possible. Cilio again just exposing himself a bit too much. 3 teams alive, 5 player in total. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Influenced Rage, if they want, they can just close things off right now. Kowski, though, the trigger discipline is something that might just cost him this entire game, and he's been holding this off now for quite a lot of time. And there we go, finally gets spotted out, and he will be taken care of. But still, Influence Rage, that was quite a huge game from that team.
I was like holding my breath there. He could have gone on ahead and taken those shots at one of the VIVOKEYD members, but he knew that he wanted whoever the other solo was left to get the knock first if he was really hoping to win. Otherwise, all attention would have gone to him right when he got that knock. Of course, VIVOKEYD, though, they had all 4 in the center from the beginning. They did lose one. It made me a little bit nervous, but they were able to secure their defense and spot people one by one getting that chicken.
I mean, again, VIVOKEYD, I'm not going to lie, that's a chicken they really needed too. So I feel like that's going to boost them quite a lot in the overall rankings in total. But again, as I said, Influence Rage, the consistency this team's able to deliver on, I feel like I've already seen Influence Rage pretty much in every single game in that top 5 or top 6 all the time. And Influence Rage, if they do keep on doing the way they are playing right now, pretty sure we might just see them somewhere in the top 3 as well, as we do have the round report in front of us. And yeah, most eliminations, Nino is going to be catching himself up there. Fernan as well with highest damage, as we did see Fernan inflict a lot of pain in the teams in the front.
Yeah, so it looks like we got Buluc Chabtan and Influence Rage up there on that round report. And honestly, we were taking a look at Buluc Chabtan that entire time to see if they were going to be able to secure that for themselves. But VIVOKEYD just went on ahead and pulled it out of the hat there. We're going to jump into a break, and we have only a Miramar match left. See you soon.
Realme C35, standout 50 MP, fit-in design.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL Americas Spring Championship. My name is The World's Gaming, and I'm alongside Frost and Avenger. I'm so happy VIVOKEYD finally won. Before we get into that, though, I want to give a huge special shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. I'm stuttering my words here because I've been talking about this team. I was even telling you guys what happened to VIVOKEYD. Was this a fluke? And you guys told me no, and they finally showed up, Ross.
Finally, they show up, but they were not the only team who showed up big time this time around, though. You also had Arnold Souls. Look at that. Finally, we see them on the board with some big points. We've been waiting for this one, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely lovely to see also 3 teams.
Yeah, look at the
of
top
course,
3.
the boys, it's the 20-point club. VIVOKEYD wins the game, but Honored Souls and Influence Rage both on 25 due to the amount of eliminations they're able to get 15 and 13.
I mean, it's insane if you just look at the points. The top 3 has over 20 points each. That's not every day you see that.
Oh, and that's also the reason why the bottom half of the leaderboard is so empty. 1 all the way down to Burn Protocol is getting 0, and only Mezexis is getting 2. It's completely empty here. The whole top, they've just vacuumed the whole lobby from all the points.
Yeah, and for this is going to be huge for Influence Rage, right? Earlier, we talked about how they're trying to catch up with Alpha 7. Right. With Alpha 7 only being able to get 1 point, they're going to be closing that gap.
The thing is, if I'm not doing my math totally wrong, I think that Influence Rage were 19 points behind Alpha 7 going into this game. And if Alpha 7 then only got 1 point, and Influence Rage got 25 points, that should mean that we have a new leader. I don't know.
I think you know. But we'll see once we get to it. I will say, though, I love the fights in this area here in the Potato Hill.
Yeah.
There are so many teams that are fighting kind of to be the king of the hill, right? They're fighting uphill. They're trying to snake a little bit. There's so many strategies that you can kind of apply to this, making sure that you can squeeze as many points out of this game as possible.
But you never want to be king of the hill. Not until the end, because if you're going to be the king of the hill, you're going to be on top of Potato Hill. You're just going to get shot from left, right, back, front, underneath, above, all over the place.
Avenger.
This is insane.
Is that 2 teams with over 2K damage?
And VIVOKEYD also extremely close on the 2K club too. I would say, though, this as we saw on the leaderboard from the match, and also as you see here from the top damage dealers, it's absolutely insane how top-heavy this game was.
Yeah, and I'm looking at...
Oh, no 1K clubbers. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, with those numbers on the board, it's bound to be a lot of damage, a lot of eliminations from all around on the teams, right? So, seeing though that we have Fernand here on the top with the damage, that is a bit surprising considering that we have Arnold Souls and Influence Rage with that many eliminations.
Well, you hinted at it earlier, Frost.
Oh, yeah.
You did the math. I'm not going to doubt you because, my boy, you stay winning. So I'm going to also say that Influence Rage might be in that first place. Let's take a look at that overall because that's going to be an interesting... Remember, Alpha 7 had a bit...
Oh, look at that.
Alpha 7 had a huge gap, and it's completely gone now.
This top two, this top two right now, with that lead down to All Glory Gaming. I mean, All Glory Gaming has a lot of points, let's be honest.
Yeah, Buluc Chabtan also pretty close, but Influence Rage, Alpha 7, they're extending this lead. I would say those VIVOKEYD stars jumping into the top 8, 88 points here. And in general, how close it is from 4th place down to 8th, it's only 10 points different. It's one good game that separates you from 8th, 9th place all the way to top 4.
But that's the thing, right? You might only have 10 points difference
88
there,
as
and
well.
Knights on 88 as well. Yeah, so 10 points there between. But right now, in the top, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, they are a third way to reach 200 points.
Yeah.
While only one other team has reached the 100 mark so far. They are just running away from everybody else right now on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they are. Today, I mean, Influence Rage has been on a completely different role. Whatever they're doing, keep on doing it. Maybe they're drinking Monster Energy right now. Influence Rage, earlier we compared them with Alpha 7 when they were going with that chase. I personally thought they were going to be in the 2nd place, and I wanted to compare them with All Glory Gaming because All Glory Gaming now becomes the hunter of Alpha 7 as well.
Yeah. And,
okay.
Okay, yeah. Pretty decent if you look at this, of course, that we can see that, yeah, when it comes to the damage, Influence Rage is going to be in the lead. But I'm kind of expecting this. Again, this is a team that is so aggressive when you compare them to any other team. I don't think anyone is as aggressive as Influence Rage. But All Glory Gaming, they've been stepping it up. They've been playing phenomenally. And, I mean, they're averaging the same eliminations as Influence Rage.
Placement points.
And placement points. And, I mean, damage doesn't equal points.
Yep.
Oh,
eliminations does. So.
And they have 25 more eliminations. Influence has more than All Glory Gaming, so that's quite impressive considering they have 67 and 42.
Well, we're talking about eliminations. The team that was able to get a lot of eliminations in that past game was actually Honor Souls. Before, we were celebrating when they would get like 1 illim, 2 illims. Well, guess what? They ended up getting 15 illims in that last game, Frost.
Oh, look at this, though. Here we can see the average stats from yesterday and today, and you can see they've almost basically doubled their statistics from yesterday. More than that when it comes to the eliminations. And this is what we're talking about. You can have a bad day, but then you got to bounce back big, and that's what we're seeing from Arnold Souls right now.
Wow. Yeah, that average illims right there, that is huge.
That's the money shot
as well. I think today we have seen a completely different team, and I mean, for them to be able to do that in this past game, hopefully they can continue on that performance.
Oh, definitely. I mean, at the same time, though, when you perform like they did yesterday, it's not a hard time to triple those amounts, right?
No, it's going to be easy. And what I love to see from this is also that they're kind of early adopters because they're able to do this on a day number 2 here. Some of the teams still haven't been able to step up. We still have some teams, 5, 6, 7 teams that are in the bottom that still haven't gotten started yet.
You can say loops.
Okay, yeah, you said it.
All right. Well, you know what? Everybody watching on YouTube right now, I got a question for you. Please. Let me know, is Buluc Chabtan going to be able to win this last Miramar? And while you're at it, make sure you answer the YouTube chat poll because you can get a chance at winning a Google Play card. That's going to be worth $10. So do all of that, and I'm going to be looking forward. Buluc Chabtan, yes or no? Last Miramar.
For everyone who wants to be correct, they just go with a yes train, of course, because I'm on the yes train.
All right.
I hope so, too. It'd be great to see them really step up it.
Okay, you know what? Let's do a trio here. I also think they're going to win as well. Span, Cargo, Necro, are they going to win Miramar? Yes or no?
You know, I think I'm going to be on the yes train too, actually. How about you, Necro?
I would say no. I mean, look, I feel like the final game has to be of Influence Rages because currently in the top spot, again, they haven't really confirmed that spot. So I feel like Influence Rage, they would want to end things on a great note, and I'm pretty sure they're one of those teams that would like to have that little bit of cushion that'll give them a nice sleep, you know, tonight.
Okay, maybe they're not happy with that little the little jump that they have from the person below them, so maybe they want to get themselves some more padding. I mean, I guess I'm the spokesperson for the desk now, but Buluc Chabtan, maybe they want to do the same thing, you know? They have that 98 points, they have to go all the way to 132 to retake that first place position. Will they be able to do it? We're just gonna have to wait and see. Miramar, though, seems like that's kind of their map. They ended up kind of being able to get a good amount of points this last match on Erangel, as everyone said, but this time it's Miramar. This time it could actually happen.
And not just that, we saw Knights getting pushed all the way down to 9th spot, and that's quite huge. I mean, Knights, they started off in such a great spot in the overall rankings, and now they're all the way in the 9th spot. This in itself just shows on Day 2, a lot of teams have stepped quite huge, and this means quite a lot. That means after this one, I mean, this is pretty much going to be the final game of Day 2, man, and this is where a lot of things will matter. For example, teams that are currently from North America, I mean, Nova, they're doing pretty okay. XSET as well, they're doing quite good, but they're not doing as good as expected, right?
No. I mean, actually, that's a hard question. Right now, XSET is actually in that 5th place position overall, and honestly, coming into this, I was kind of thinking that Brazil and Latam, they were going to crush NA, and then Day 1 completely put me off, right? It completely stopped that track, so this makes me happy because I already said that I'm just, if I had to continue to choose one team, I would be choosing XSET. So they're currently still holding on to that 5th place position, but these other teams, they're slowly climbing, and the NA teams are slowly falling. And I think that is, again, is showing the consistency when it comes to some of these regions. I'm hoping that they go on ahead and prove me wrong coming into these last 2 days, but at this point, you already mentioned this is the last day of today. After this game, it is officially the halfway point. We are halfway done with this event after this Miramar match.
And again, I'm going to say it right now, Day 3 has to be the day of comebacks again. For example, teams like Knights, they'll try to make a comeback in Day 3 because you never want to push things all the way on the final day. If you do, then you're going to be having way too much pressure to deal with. But what I'm seeing here, INTZ already having 2 players knocked out and taken care of this early in the game, that's not something INTZ can afford. And we might just see an urban ending again, Span.
A third one? No way. Another one actually goes down. That means there's only one member of INTZ left in Boring Protocol. They know exactly where he is. Look at this. Sam L just pushing with that Tommy. There's no way.
What?
There's just nothing that INTZ could do to do that. Boring Protocol, they only got one person knocked there, and Ace are down to half HP, but that's about it.
Well, we're off to a fiery start, and I'm down for him. Not gonna lie, I love it. The drop clash already starting. Boring Protocol just taking out the players easily. You blink it and you'll miss it. That was pretty much the course of that fight. But yeah, as I said, the circle this time is going to be shifting all the way down south and a little bit tilted on the right side. That means we might just see a Los Leones ending coming in against Ban. We saw this yesterday in the second game of Miramar, and this might just be replicating again. Los Leones has to be the hottest city so far.
Oh man, if it goes into the city once again, it's going to be another just chaotic ending. Because we saw it last time, everybody ended up getting a pretty consistent amount of kills, like across the board. And there's so many teams until the very end. It was crazy. But you're right, we are on the same line there. And Buluc Chabtan, I think they might have realized that, already beelining it actually for Los Leones. Looks like they're going to stop just short play just outside of Los Leones. Because honestly, it's easy to get into cities, but much more difficult to get out. So they're going to start on the outskirts and wait for these next couple of zones to appear.
Exactly. The Chosen as well, all the way in Hacienda del Patron. As Influence Rage, as I said, they're currently all the way in the top spot. And being in the top, that also gives you a lot of paranoia. And Influence Rage, I'm pretty sure they're pretty good with dealing that. So I would say they would want to end things on a great note. And personally, I feel like the way things have been going, their confidence has to be boosted up all the way to Cloud9. So I feel like the stars are aligned for them to actually kick things off well in the Miramar game as well and end things pretty well. So if they do want to go for it, they can try and play things a little safe. We heard even the analyst desk talk about this. Influence Rage is one of the most aggressive teams out there. And that's what we've been seeing, right? They're getting a lot of elimination points wrapped up.
They are, and that means oh wait, I need to see this. Yeah, okay, one already down. It looks like another member of INTZ down, and that was so fast. I mean, we weren't even like on the map at that point when that fight started off. That was just so fast. And Boring Protocol down in the 12th place position. Obviously, them getting those 4 eliminations is like the world to them. They have to keep getting a couple of those, and they're gonna slowly climb up that board.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that fight reminded me of my pub games. I mean, that's usually how majority of the fights do go down if you do drop in a hotspot. And that's what exactly happened there. They just dropped on top of each other, and in the end, it just came down to who's gonna be getting that gun in their hands first. And it was the players of Boring Protocol who would find themselves in a little bit of lucky shoes, got the guns in their hands first, and they were easily able to wipe out the existence of INTZ right off the bat. And again, this point in time, teams, they're just going to try to center on up. We're probably not going to be seeing a lot of fights happen anytime soon. We did see one of the early squad wipes, but after that, I don't feel like we're going to see a lot of early engagements.
No, I doubt it. Once again, everybody making those quite careful rotations. Of course, 2 teams that have been running into each other this entire time on Miramar is happening once again. I swear, every single Miramar, Loops and Mezexis Dreams at least spot each other out for a little bit here. And Loops is on the bad end this time. 2 members of Loops currently knocked here. Looks like one of them is close enough to try and get that res to happen, but Mezexis Dreams, they're trying to push as fast as they can so the reses don't occur. All of them in vehicles just beelining it, sending it on over to see if they can confirm these. Oh, Trap actually has to stop that res because here comes Polo. Unfortunately, Polo, though, doesn't jump out of the vehicle in time to be able to do the damage to Trap, so he gets that knock, and now he can continue on with that res. All of Loops now on top of each other. I think that might be gaining some attention from a team that they don't want, though. Novo coming over from the side. Maybe we're going to see a 3-team fight over here.
Mezexis Dreams, that was quite a questionable push from the side of Folo. Don't exactly know what was he trying to pull off. Maybe he just wanted to get the confirmation flow in, but that's a great opening that Mezexis Dreams really needed to just flip things around in this fight. And now the man in the front, TNX, is trying to fight back as well, as one of the players from the side of Loops is tacked up quite a bit. The other player's knocked out. Chief trying to back him up a bit, and he will get the knockout flowing. That's going to be the return knockout, buying a lot of time for the players of Loop to also get the res through. Wancho in the back lines, and now Mezexis Dreams. The tables have been flipped, and Loops, it seems like they're playing this one quite well.
Oh man, yeah, they got the reses up. They're getting the heals done. It looks like they haven't yet fleshed out Polo just yet, but they should know that there's only one person left. That's Wancho. They're starting to make that drive on over. If he can get down here on this angle, Wancho, he is going to be spotted out. I don't think he is safe at this trailer anymore because of that rotation from one of the Loops members, but it looks like he's actually deciding to stay pretty consistent in this spot. Yep, Trap spotted out on the side of that fence, and no way, Wancho actually gets that knock. Okay, now there's only 2 members of Loops left. Look at that, one of them pushing out to the open, but he's just a little bit too damaged. It does look like Loops will be able to finish it off, but almost got another one taken down.
Yeah, Cartizan was able to just shut him down and strike the final player down of Mezexis Dreams. But again, valiant effort from that man. But Mezexis Dreams, that's not really an outing they were looking out for. 2 teams already taken care of this early in the game. Did not really expect Miramar to be this chaotic right off the bat. But ATON, one of those teams that has a pretty okay spot currently inside the next zone. And they would want to keep it to themselves, as we were expecting an urban finish, and that's what it seems like so far. The circle again just keeps on centering on up, right on top of Los Leones.
Oh boy, yeah, right on top of Los Leones. I'm really still curious if this is going to be Los Leones City ending once again, because if so, it's going to be difficult. I'm still hoping that it's actually going to go to the southern side of Los Leones, but only time will tell. If you actually take a look at the overall map, there's just a smattering of colors everywhere. I feel like a good amount of people are pretty spread apart, trying to just grab as much land and information as they can in this situation, except for Spec there, kind of just staring down into the bowl that he and his team have. You know, they're just keeping their heads down, I guess, right beside the Chosen in the warehouse beside them. But soon, this next zone will pop, and we can see a couple of teams, specifically Golden Eagles and All Glory Gaming, the only 2 left that need to make it inside of this zone.
Oh, a little bit tilted on the southern side though, Span. We might just see a little bit of in those open terrains. This circle, the next circle might just happen there. But again, a lot of teams, they're just trying to center on up inside Los Leones. That is currently the safest bet they can take. And that's what a lot of teams are trying to play around with as well. As you do see Loops currently wrapping up all the way from the outskirts down south. And look at all Glory Gaming still in the blue, taking a lot of damage, taking things as slow and as cautious as possible, approaching things really slow. But sometimes approaching things slow, that means you're not really going to be having a lot of info on what exactly is going on inside the circle.
I have a feeling that they just want to stay alive longer than Alpha 7, right? They want to make sure that they're going to be able to jump them in this one. Of course, they do have to get a good amount of points to make that happen, at over 20 points, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a pretty difficult one, especially if they are still inside of that blue zone. But if they do play that edge zone game, they might just be able to get into enough altercations that they'll get those elimination points and stay alive long enough to get the big placement points in the end, too. It looks like Loops loves this location, actually, right up on top of this plateau, but it looks like somebody else beat them to it. ATON Esports is directly above them. Cardizone not going to be happy about that. Tosses a 1 nade up there, and it looks like he can't do much about it, so having to disengage just a tiny bit or continue to try to climb, it seems.
Knights on the kill feed, too, finally showing themselves up against the players of VIVOKEYD. VIVOKEYD again after such a great ending in the previous game. Already getting one of the players knocked out and completely taken away from the game too. Another one will knocked out again. VIVOKEYD down to a 2-man squad, and they cannot really afford this sort of an engagement. It's Honor Souls against them. Myth will find that. It's all down to Diego and Adrian. These two players live from this squad. And now VIVOKEYD will have to be one of those teams that'll need to take things as slow and as cautious as possible.
I mean, yeah, they're completely surrounded as of right now between two other teams, actually, if you look at it, fighting each other. There we go. We got a little bit of a better look at that map. Honored Souls completely surrounding VIVOKEYD and the Knights. It was originally the Knights, wasn't it? But now it looks like Honored Souls have decided that they're going to get a piece of this as well. Knights are not going to let this res happen. Let's see if Honored Souls is going to be able to kind of hold off against this Knights push, but there's just too many of them. Honored Souls, now they're also a duo too. The other two, they're nowhere near this location. They're completely on the other side of this road. I doubt that they're going to want to make a rotation in that direction any longer, and VIVOKEYD is taking that as their opportunity to get away.
I mean, Knights is always just hungry for blood, pouncing right on top of their praise. And they're easily able to get the confirmations as well. So Knights off to a great start so far. A start that they really needed. 3 elimination points in their pockets. And Knights, they're looking pretty okay. As I said, they've been pushed all the way down. They're nowhere to be seen in the first half of the board. They're currently in the latter half of the board in 9th spot, and Knights, they're quite hurt. I'm pretty sure the ego of Knights is definitely going to be hurt after that. Next circle is going to be closing up soon, and this one will be the decider of a lot of teams' fate.
That's true. Honestly, I feel like that might be why the Knights were trying to be pretty aggressive in that situation. They know that they want to go ahead and grab these points along the outskirts where there's less people now before they could be forced into a situation like this. It looks like we're not going to quite get a Los Leones ending, but we are going to have a little bit of Puerto Paraiso in this equation and all of these ridges. This spot over here, there's so many deep ridges and just ravines that people can hide in, and so much just rugged terrain that's going to be difficult to drive through, and of course difficult to spot everybody in this area. You can already see that everybody's in their vehicles, though. They know that they have to send it, try and grab those couple of places that are definitely the best. And I'm rubbing my hands together in excitement for this.
Exactly, just a wave of vehicles moving inside all the way down south, and Puerto Paraiso is under contention now. Loops, they're one of those teams that is actually trying to go all the way in Puerto Paraiso. Don't know if that's going to be a mature choice or not, because you still don't know. Puerto Paraiso is all the way still in the edge of the zones. That, I personally feel like, isn't really that great of a spot to be in, but if you do want to play things really safe, then that will be one of the most safest spots currently to be in. Buluc Chabtan, one of those teams that the analyst desk and you went with. And so far, they're down to a 3-man squad span. How are you feeling about that?
I usually don't count a team out until they are down to at least 2 people, because it's 2 people or 1 person when people's strats usually change the most. So still as a 3-man, they could still play this game as much usual as with their 4-man strong. Of course, they will be a little bit weaker if they get in a fight with another 4-man team just in basic trades, but it's Buluc Chabtan. Not worried about them just yet, in my opinion. They are on the outskirts of the circle, though. From there, they might be able to actually hold that main road and potentially get some picks, some sneaky little eliminations in that spot, or they're going to have a lot of people driving through them and they might get a lot of damage onto them.
Yeah, you also did see Influence Rage up north just making it inside the circle slowly and steadily. They're not really trying to be proactive, instead taking things slow. But All Glory Gaming might just be one of those teams that will meet them in the edge lines of the zone and that'll try to hold them off at bay, but Influence Rage is not one of those teams. You want to clash up against Kowski, being caught by Rojas. And All Glory Gaming this time, Kowski will need to try and be proactive, and that's what exactly it does. Catches a man slip by, and this time Law as well, we close on up. Influence Rage, they're looking pretty in sync, but All Glory Gaming, they will return in the favor.
Oh, big nade here. Lionel could go on ahead and get a big knock from that nade there, but it looks like maybe it just didn't go on ahead and hit. Now, the rest of All Glory Gaming's team, they have to do something to try and protect their teammate, but unfortunately it just doesn't happen. Little Boy will get that knock here, and now he can go on ahead, going over and help out the rest of his teams, as All Glory Gaming will be able to get a flush into at least one of them, but they're still 3 strong with a good amount of HP, spotting out yet another member of All Glory Gaming. Wait a second, even Boring Protocol, they're on the edge. They're on the outskirts of this zone right here. You can see Carnage just over there. He might be able to participate in this fight as well. Wero, he's trying his best to hide at this point inside of this little hard cover, inside of this 1-story building that he has. But I don't know. Influence Rage do know exactly where he should be. At this point, it's just a matter of time, a waiting game for Wero to have to leave that building.
Influence Rage, a bloodthirsty team. Are they going to let Vera just slip by like that? Do they even have any clue that Vera is just inside this little shack trying to play for his life? The final survivor of that team. They're chosen against ATON now. Choco barely surviving on a sliver of health. Godfan catching a lot of bullets from that house. Realizes this time it's the time to take things a bit slow and step back a bit, because it was taking a bit too much damage to try and withstand. On the other hand, XSET getting approached, getting charged on by the players of Alpha 7. Polo G is just hiding inside the smoke. Mafioso will sniff him out, and Alpha 7 will take out the players of XSET.
Wow, well, you know Buluc Chabtan is not happy about that. It's Alpha 7 that they want to jump, and they already have 5 eliminations under their belt. It does look like All Glory Gaming will go out right after that. Not a surprise as well, given the situation that Wancho has found himself in. But now, there's still the case of everybody else that now have succeeded in their fights along these edges of the zone to get inside of this next one. Circle 4 did pop in the meantime, and Nova actually has the center of this next zone. Otherwise, it's only the edges down to the south and the eastern side that are just full of people. Buluc Chabtan actually being one of them. I had mentioned that they're holding this road. This could be an opportunity for them to get a good amount of eliminations, but there's so many teams coming that even ATON actually getting crashed on by the Chosen here. This could be a pretty good spot for them if they're able to succeed in it. They'll have the high ground away from everybody. Big name coming through from ATON. That's going to go on ahead and get the knock and the flush onto those members of the Chosen. I think there might be only one left up on top of the hills. Here he comes now, but there's no way he's gonna make his way to that compound.
Exactly, Godfan gets blown up, and ATON an easy cleanup for that team. Buluc Chabtan as well this time on receiving end against the players of Alpha 7. Buluc Chabtan cannot really afford such an assault onto themselves, and they will crumble down under a lot of pressure. Fernand, the final man, will be taken down by Tensa, and Buluc Chabtan will be wrapped up in 12th spot.
That's difficult one. Knights now have taken that position. You can see that VIVOKEYD, they're just laying prone, trying to be as quiet as possible at this point. They've been a duo for a bit now, actually being just chased down by the Knights, it kind of seems like at this point. And of course, Alpha 7 directly in front of them. Coops spotting out Alpha 7 himself, going to do a tiny bit of damage over on Mafioso in the distance, but otherwise not going to get into that fight. Adrian alive right in between them. This solo, he might be able to be a little bit aggressive, get a knock in a flush into one of the Alpha 7 members, so they're going to have to be careful about that.
Yeah, indeed. He can try to play a little bit of spoiler here. Adrian from the side of VIVOKEYD. Again, he's the only glimmer of hope alive for that team. Yeah, did get spotted. Did get tacked up a bit too. A little bit of chip damage on himself. Adrian now will need to try and slip by in a bit of safer spot. There is a combat right next to him though, but it's still outside the blue, so cannot really afford to take a lot of damage this point in the game. As the next circle is going to shift right on top of the players of Nova. And Nova, they're currently in the most controlling spot as well, Span. They have the high ground to play with.
Man, you're right, Nova. They're continuing to hold the center of this zone. Alpha 7 have gotten rid of that solo right behind them. And if they continue to hold the southern side, that might be a good entrance for them. But Nova, honestly, they have that big ravine that I kept referencing right when the zone was pulling in this direction. And that's going to be really difficult for anybody to make a push off of that. So really, all this next action we're going to see are these guys on the outskirts of this zone just trying to stay alive. And they're going to be running into each other. Everybody's trying to make the same rotations.
Yeah, confident peaks from the side of Influence Rage. And Loops now, they're quite scared in this one indeed. Smoking off the angle in the front. Do not want the players of Influence Rage to just peek into their territory. As the players of Knights now. Do you realize Nova currently is one of the best spots? And they do want to take out the players in the front. At least one of the knockouts going to be opening a lot of things up. And a ran over from the side off the Chosen is also going to be able to get the confirmation. Florengachi will get the confirmation. But again, the damage has been dealt. Knights down to a 3-man squad.
That was actually like a little bit of a jump scare. Just all of a sudden, there was a buggy in our face in that situation. But you're right, Xenox, unfortunately, finds himself out of the game. The Knights, as a 3-man, though, can still continue to play the game as they want to, except Carrillo is going no. QZ from Nova is going to put a pin in that as they get a knock onto Tensa from the Knights, too. So now there's only 2 of them left, and I doubt that they can get that res. So we'll see. Nova, they're clearly being pretty active in the center part of this zone, doing a lot of damage to the people around them. Alpha 7 might just be able to clean up the last 2 members of the Knights on the southern side, and they have to be careful because, wait a second, no way, Golden Eagles are also pushing onto them. Honored Souls, there's so many people down to the southern side now. All of them are going to be sharing in these eliminations and damage.
Oh, it's an absolute pandemonium, ladies and gentlemen. Keep this in mind. This is the final game of day 2. And after this, we're going to be pretty much off to a half point of this entire tournament. As we do have Nova now against the players of A7. Carrillo spotted out. Shifan just trying to toss a nade on Carrillo. Alpha 7 too, taken care of. Way too many teams around them. They're just getting surrounded by a lot of teams. Knights as well in the back. On the right lines is the players of Golden Eagles. And completely on the right side, right next to them, is Loops. A lot of teams in the southern side span.
Here comes the nades. Knights, they know that they need to go and get a knock onto Golden Eagles for them to push out of this blue zone and take this fight. It looks like Chico tried tossing one. Unfortunately, doesn't do too much damage, but it doesn't matter. He gets a knock anyway. He knows where the next Golden Eagle member is, but he has to be careful at this. Below half HP at this point. Chico, though, we've seen him be able to do a 1v4. It looks like he will be able to get yet another member down, and there's only 1 left inside of the smoke there. It doesn't matter. It actually is going to be somebody else that gets that last elimination there. But, oh man, one of them still gets knocked. See, Nova here definitely wants to get rid of them, and only Coops is left.
Exactly, still 2 players from the side of Nova, and that's going to be light work from their side, as Influence Rage currently is the team that has the most amount of players alive. 3 players up. The circle did shift on up right in the center in no man's land, but Influence Rage was one of those teams to get the most amount of control of that circle as well. So they're looking pretty confident so far. They're looking in sync. Influence Rage, they're looking to close this out.
Okay, we can see now Nova, they took a big risk pushing out to the southern side and getting those last couple of eliminations onto the Knights, but they actually found their way back into the zone. They're still okay, and they still have all those ridges. There's just so many places to play in this location that people can just make those big moves and have the ability to go right on back, as you can see. We're down to our last 4 teams, as you mentioned, though. Loops looks like they're trying to bring their buggy for a little bit more cover, or maybe just a little bit faster, but the team that is the biggest is Influence Rage. They only have 1 person inside of the zone as of right now. They're probably waiting to see where the rest of the people are so that they can start making a sweep and getting a couple more eliminations under their belt and onto the board.
I like the spread from the side of Influence Rage. This spread just speaks volumes about their confidence inside this entire game. ATON in the front. The only cover they have currently is the smokes. And that's what they're trying to play around with. Federal gets bought out. Does have a vehicle in the front to provide that cover, but how much can you rely on that vehicle? That's something I'm wondering here. As Loops in the front lines and Influence, they do realize this time, if you do try to go aggressive, you will be caught off guard. So might as well, will need to keep your heads down and let these teams do the light work for you.
Exactly. At this point, if you don't know where people are, and if you are a tiny team, if you only have 2 people left, you just want to sit down and wait for other people to start the altercations around you. Because as a 2-man team, you're not the strongest. It's usually those 3-man teams or 4-man teams that are going to be the aggressive ones in these circles. And the zone is going to be shifting very shortly, and that is just going to be the start of our next fight, honestly. It's then that people are going to have to start moving more. And it looks like it pulls down to the side that is going to be the best for Loops and Influence Rage. Unfortunately for ATON and Nova, they gotta get moving.
And you can already see Influence Rage just pushed in a defensive stance because now they know teams that are going to be in the northern side, they will need to move down south right towards Influence Rage. And Influence Rage, they have a huge opportunity to just hold them off at bay. Loops, currently they have the control. It's off that final circle. And makes a lot of sense too why Loops, they want to hold on to this circle too because they're only a 2-man squad. They're not looking that confident throughout this entire game. Nova alive as well with 2 players up. Influence Rage looking to flip things around here. 3 players up for them. They currently have the huge advantage in this entire lobby, but they still need to make it inside the next zone and not just make it inside, in a better spot.
You're right, and Influence Rage Loops. I love to see movement from Loops. Right when this zone popped, they clearly know that nobody else is inside of this zone. They moved on over towards the western side of this so that they could have a better spot to hold people out. ATON Esports, taking a big risk, making a move with that vehicle. Nova is going to spot him out instantly. They do still have 1 person left alive. You can see both of them prepping those nades. Unfortunately, that one got so close to Koi, but it does not do the trick. And
oh my God, here we go.
Elimination, but the trade goes through. You're right. ATON is eliminated. And now Loops, Influence Rage. This is the last couple of fights before Nova is going to be going out. You can see him sandwiched here.
Oh!
There they go.
Well, at this point in time, Influencers, they're just probably saying easy clap. Because Influence Rage, the teams just did the work for them. Influence Rage is the exact opening they were really looking out for. Loops, one of the players taken down solo. He's quite hurt. He cannot really afford to peek out again. Federal, this nade tossed in, might just seal the deal. And yes, it does. He finds the opening. And now the final man's quite down low. 1 single bullet will be doing it. And Influence Rage won't take the chicken dinner. I mean, I called it.
You're not wrong. Influence Rage, though, I mean, even from those last couple of circles there, you could just see their dominance with their spread. They were the team that had the most amount of people left alive, and they were perfectly patient to make sure that everybody around them was going to be forced to move first. Even though they knew that they were really close to that zone, even though they knew that they could have pushed in immediately into Loops, they didn't, because they knew that there were people beside them that they needed to deal with first.
I'm not gonna lie, the Influence Rage, the way they're approaching these fights is just so nice and calculated. Even though they're an aggressive team, there's a lot of thought process behind each and every single fight they decide to engage in. The way the players try to position in each and every single fight, it's just absolutely huge. As I said, I was loving the spread that the Influence Rage team was having. They had a lot of eyes, they had a lot of visual info to work around with, and in the end, that's what they did. As I said, they just kept their heads down, they let the other teams fight against each other, and in the end, Influence Rage, when they realized they know each and exact position of the final 2 teams remaining, they just kept the pace going.
And they did so with a good amount of eliminations as well. They got the chicken dinner and the eliminations, and it was mostly because they were playing on the edge for the longest time too, so they were able to be aggressive when they needed to. I will say though, I love to see the proactivity coming through from Nova, trying to make sure that they were peeking out, even though they got the center to peek out and get eliminations themselves, but it's just unfortunately they took too many fights that there wasn't enough of them left for those last couple of fights. Of course, the desk is going to go more in depth. That's it for us. That is the end of day 2, and we're gonna throw it on over to the host. Get it, 7.
Brazil, la 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 la. Guys, Brazilian teams, 2 Brazilian teams have been able to get back-to-backs. Alpha 7 did it earlier And they won the last match from yesterday, won the first match today. I'm going to count that as a back-to-back. And then Influence Rage was just able to do it as well.
I mean, let's be honest. This is their time to shine. And right now, they are shining pretty bright on the top. We can see here, of course, that win itself with those 10 eliminations, 25 points on the board. It's not like they were already in the lead before this game, you know?
No, it's looking extremely good here for Influence Rage. It's a good throwback. I feel like I'm back a couple of weeks and I'm watching PMPL Brazil all over again.
Yeah.
I'm commentating and it's like, oh, it's happening. No, it's obviously going extremely well. I'm happy to see Loops, though. They're stepping up. They're really trying to jump into this. After this game, we are halfway there. And of course, with Loops being able to step up here in the very, very end, that's what needed to really try to propel them forward.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the scores here. INTZ, I mean, I thought at one point they were maybe going to be able to wake up from that rut that they were kind of digging themselves into. They're still with the 0 points. And with XSET, I mean, XSET, a completely different team than what we saw yesterday. We didn't get the chance to see Polo G. I thought with Killsage being able to wake up and also get some elimination points, being able to put out some of that damage right now, XSET, it's not working out for them. So you know what? Let's actually do a quick little recap. I want to see who were the winners in case you're for some reason just joining now. I'm going to keep in mind that, all right? But here are the daily winners, as I said earlier. Alpha 7 being able to get the first chicken dinner today with 2,100 damage. But Influence Rage, what a way to close it out.
What a way to close it out, indeed. I mean, this has been a phenomenal day when we talk about Influence Rage. And I didn't doubt them for a second coming in yesterday, you know. We saw a performance that was not really what we expected to see. But at the same time, first day, you know, that's when you usually see a lot of the teams take it a little bit more easily on the other ones. And then you have those teams who utilize that kind of strategy and they go like ham straight away. Now today, it's starting to shape up though, and that's kind of expected. And this is the way that it will continue to go throughout the days until we reach the end.
Yeah, I love the variety we've had in the different teams that have been able to win different regions. We saw some teams that needed to get some wins on the board. Yeah. The Chosen, Golden Eagles, All Glory Gaming, they have been able to kind of catch up and stay in that fourth to top 10 bracket, and they're still fighting for it.
Yeah, I was so excited just listening to Samba in my head because of Brazil. I mean, it wasn't actually a back-to-back from Influence Rage. They ended up getting that second place. They did end up getting the most points in Erangel.
Game number 5,
That's why I ended up
exactly,
getting confused. But we are going to go ahead and showcase the daily MVP. Ooh. Before we show it, though, make sure you guys guess in the YouTube chat, and we're going to guess as well. Who do you got today, Frost?
Okay, I have two choices that I'm standing between. It's either going to be Federal from Influence Rage, or it's going to be Lil Boy from Influence Rage. I'm going to go with Lil Boy.
I have to go with Federal then. We can't go the same, so.
You know what? I'm not going to take a guess. Why don't you show it to us? Because I'm just going to be absolutely...
Yes!
He stays winning! That's amazing. And this is only from day number 2.
Yeah, only from day number 2. I am not surprised, though, to see Lil Boy up here. We see him being a phenomenal player in the PMPL Brazil. Sure, he didn't get the MVP there. The overall MVP was actually Federal, but Lil Boy was close behind him. Remember that. He was, I think he was on a 3rd or 4th place overall. And then coming into AL Season 5 that just ended just before we got here, was the MVP for that was Lil Boy. And now, again, he is stepping it up.
What I really love to see is that Influence Rage has such a variety on their roster that all these players individually is able to step out on any given day and take an MVP. We've seen Federal do it, we see Lil Boy do it, Karofsky have had some amazing tournaments throughout the time, Law doing extremely well. These guys are showing what they're made of, and they are showing that they want to be the champion of this championship.
I mean, I think one big thing when it comes to Influence Rage, since we're already talking about them, is also that despite them losing 1 or 2 players, they will just keep on going like nothing has happened, like they're still a 4-man roster, and they'll take any fight. Any chance they can, they'll go for those eliminations.
Yeah, that's something that I love and that you guys were telling me as well, since you guys got a chance to do PMPL Brazil. The way this team is just so aggressive. I mean, we have seen it today. They were hunting down Alpha 7, and now they passed him, and I can't wait to see that overall, because more than likely it's going to be a pretty big lead, if I'm not mistaken, especially with the way that last game finished. And look at that, it is a 20-point lead, Avenger.
Yeah, it's insane. It's just 20-point down to Alpha 7, but also it is 51 points down to Nova on third. I will say, though, our third place to eighth is extremely close. It's just 14 points that makes the difference here for us.
I mean, yeah, we have 3 more teams that has joined this 100-point club, of course. But at the same time, Influence Rage right now, they are running away from everybody else. They're more than halfway to 200 points, from the 100 to 200 mark right now. And meanwhile, we're still seeing a lot of teams trying to get into the triple digits right now. Look at Buluc Chabtan. We saw them having a phenomenal lead coming into today, of course, but they didn't have a great day today, let's be honest. And they're currently sitting on 99 points. I'm pretty sure they came in today with 78 points.
Exactly. Rough day for them, but also I love the rarity what we're seeing from 8th place down to from 3rd to 8th place. So it's a lot of different teams from different regions. We see All Glory Game, we see Knights, ATON, and now going down to the bottom half of the leaderboard. Still pretty close here for VIVOKEYD Stars and also Golden Legals on 89 and 81 points, but then there's a little bit of a gap down to Loops and 69 for us.
Yeah, it is a little gap down there, but nice. One big thing though to look when it comes to Influence Rage. I mean, we're just going to talk a little bit more about them because they're doing so good. 98 points today. You can look at all of these teams down here. They don't have 98 points yet. And this is what Influence Rage was able to get only today, not counting yesterday.
And now that they have Little Boy, now that they have Federal as well, I'm pretty sure the other players from Influence Rage are currently looking at them. It's like, you know what? It would look pretty cool if I was to be able to be that daily MVP. I mean, who doesn't want to be, right? And for everybody watching at home, in case for some reason you missed it 2 days, and for the people that were watching, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you mark it on your calendars because now we are our halfway mark here. We already did the 26th. Today was the 27th, and tomorrow we'll be back, and Sunday will be the final day. And right now it is shaping up to be a great finish between Influence Rage and Alpha 7 Esports. And I don't know where, honestly, as I'm looking at this here, at the overall, Nova Esports, super quiet team. They started being very consistent yesterday at the end of the day, and they have propelled themselves to the 3rd place.
What I love to see from them is obviously they're utilizing the Sanhok strategy still working out for them. The question is for me, are they going to do that tomorrow again? And is somebody else going to be looking at the games from day number 1 and today and going to be like, oh, this is actually working out quite nice for them. We're going to be doing that as well.
I want to see Nova being able to keep all 4 alive until the end game. Currently, what we're seeing time after time is Koi is always there. It doesn't matter what is happening. Koi is going to always be one of the last members, if not the last one itself. Now, we saw here in the last game, it was Shifa joining him as well, but I want to see them with a full force, 4 people, being able to take those end fights. That's what we want to see, because without that, they're still putting themselves towards the top already. But what can they do if they got all 4 up?
Man, as you were saying that, I feel like I just got deja vu from a conversation that I was having with Glitter Explosion. Because that's something that we would always keep in mind with Nova. They would always lose a player, and QC was one of the players actually during PMPL that would end up getting eliminated early. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that team can actually keep their 4 players alive towards the end, and QC can start showing that potential that we saw in PMPL. This is going to be a team that might possibly be able to catch up those 2 teams at the top. Right now, Brazil is looking super strong. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow on day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Spring Championship 2022. Make sure you guys tune in. Once again, my name is The Stone Worlds Gaming alongside with Frost and Avenger. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow.
stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I really had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live